Good morning and welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground for the first Derbyshire women fixture of 2026. Derbyshire hosting Middlesex, last year's Tier 2 T20 Blast champions. Certainly not an easy start for John Dyson's side, who have 8 new players in their lineup this morning. I'm Freddie Cardy, alongside me, Claire Jenkins. Claire, a busy weekend for yourself. You made
Yes.
the journey up from Edgbaston yesterday. You saw some runs, didn't you, yesterday?
I saw a very lot of runs. So, Surrey put on a massive score. In fact, a List A record score at Edgbaston. And then Warwickshire did try and chase it, particularly M. Arlott and Izzy Wong partnership in the middle. And also Surin Kumar batted beautifully for Warwickshire. However, yes, falling about 50-odd runs short. But yeah, it was a great game. Lots of runs and lots of wickets. But looking forward to the first game of League Two in Metro Bank One Day Cup here at Derby, and a ground that, although I didn't play at, Derbyshire was where I finished playing county cricket. So yes, close to my heart here, and obviously lovely to be back with you, Freddie.
Yeah, no, it's good to see you. One of your stories was about playing at Burton, which I was thinking about yesterday as I was doing the football there. Did you say you pulled shifts behind the bar when you were doing so?
So in my days playing for Derby and Derbyshire, but when we played as Derby club, but we found it quite difficult to find a men's. This sounds. How strange is this, that we found it difficult to find a home club and we had to play wherever we could find a pitch. And one of the clubs that sort of half welcomed us was Burton, although it's outside of Derbyshire. We did played our home games at Burton on the old brewery ground there. But part of the deal was it was a sports and social club. So you remembered well here, because this is a conversation we had last summer. So part of the deal was it was a wider social club, and the idea was that we were also having to pull shifts behind the bar and also do a bit of groundskeeping, which makes me laugh because I'm thinking back to a time where we went into the ground. There was a chainsaw, which actually only because we couldn't work out how to start it, we didn't start, which would have been a very dangerous thing to let us loose with, not after the bar shift, but doing some groundskeeping. Yeah, so the thought was that we could do a bit of put something back because it was a social. Yes, we played at Burton. We played all over the place. We played at Parker's Piece, which was affectionately known as Parker's Bit, because it was not always in the best nick. We're at Kettleston. We played up at Kettleston. Just all sorts of. Gosh, I could. There was a thriving evening league there, which actually our captain had put together, Sue Whittam. So that was great for feeding in, and I think that almost today's players are building on those foundations that we built. But don't take me back there already. Yes, we're looking forward to today. We're hoping we're going to have some good weather. We've got a guard of honour, which is lovely. We're going to have a chat, hopefully, with Lauren later.
Yes.
Tell us all about that.
From the Cricket Foundation. The flags from the Guard of Honour are billowing. It is windy out there. It's cold. It's not the best conditions. It's, of course, still very much early season. Let's run through the teams. If you're a Derbyshire fan who's come out of hibernation for the new women's season, there's going to be some names you're not familiar with. Starting with Rebecca Duckworth. Her and Emily Hughes are walking to the middle now. They will open the batting. After them, it's Ella Porter, Lauren Kenvin, Ria Fackrell, Adriana Darlow, the captain. Prisha Beatty, Matilda Atherton Gator takes the gloves, Olivia Baker, Rhiannon Nolan Davis and Beth Slater. So 8 players making their first Derbyshire appearance today. For Middlesex, Reva Pindoria, Abby Wybrow, Pippa Sproul, Saskia Hawley, the captain, Finty Trussler, Scarlett Hughes, Gayatri Gole, Alice Whitmore, Sarah Pearson, Hannah Davis and Lauren Turner. Middlesex in their colourful kits, the pink and blue, almost quarters, dark blue, and Derbyshire have their new one-day cup shirt, light blue, as you can see on the stream as Emily Hughes goes through some shadow batting as Rebecca Duckworth takes strike. And Claire Jenkins, over to you for the first ball of Derbyshire's summer.
I'm really liking this Middlesex kit. It's very. I played and umpired hockey in my day, so it's very hockey-esque with those quarters, and very picturesque as well. Very, very nice. Very pleasing on the eye. So, and the umpires today, we've got Amy Coyne and Jane Pratt, and in the score box we've got Terry Tinsley and S. Marshall Clark. I shall ask S. Marshall Clark if she's related to Sarah Marshall Clark, who I played Derbyshire for. as the umpires signal that they are ready. And we are the first ball of Tier 2 Metro Bank One Day Cup. Right arm over.
Middlesex are batting, aren't they?
Little swing and a miss there with the batter. Straight through to the wicket keeper. Oh, Middlesex are right on it now. They're like the red arrows coming in to try and field the ball there back.
That's a bit of a slingy action, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sarah Pearson, I like that. And two new faces opening the batting. So Rebecca Duckworth on loan from Yorkshire and Emily Hughes, a new signing from Nottinghamshire down the road. We will go through gradually these new faces in the Derbyshire side over the course of the game.
Yeah. As you say, a very slingy action and a no ball. And it's gone down to third. Deep third comes off the rope. And they get through for a single and also the no ball. Yep. There's a nod there from the umpire.
Yeah, and the free hit.
The free hit was a very... she's going to I thought she was going to do that. Yes, we like to go to the rodeo, don't we, early on?
I like that, though. First ball in Derbyshire colours for Hughes, and you get a free hit.
Yeah.
It doesn't get a lot better.
Taking guard on the umpire. Yeah. Welcome to the crease. Have a go. And we were talking about this yesterday. It's a shame when they don't make the most of it. So what will Derbyshire do here? Where is Hughes sending this free hit? Oh. It's a dicing with the wide line, but doesn't get any bonus out of that. Except another ball in the over.
Yeah, held her nerve quite nicely.
She did. The wide Yorker.
You're right, the Middlesex players swarming in.
They are, they're very
every
keen.
Delivery.
And they're very caffeinated, or probably just very young. Pearson to continue. 18 on her back. The wind billowing the trousers of the players across the field. Oh, she gets hold of that one. Straight to point, and there is no run. They are very keen and keyed up. I wonder if they'll keep this up. But they were champions last year. They got lots of new caps as well. Did we know? We got a feel for that? I don't know. Derbyshire have got lots of new caps.
Couldn't tell you. There's not been loads of info on Middlesex this year, which is a bit of a shame.
But they were all names that I had on my list, so I think not as many, certainly, as Derbyshire are blooding today, as we should say.
We were joking about if there was a cap presentation, just
Yes,
quite how long it might have taken.
Yes, we might have started after lunch or something. Twiddle at that, straight through to the keeper again.
Yeah, it's that sort of thing. If you get a free hit first ball for your final match of the season, you might be dispatching that a little easier. There'll be some early season cobwebs, Claire, for both sides today.
And I must say, I was saying, we were talking about what differences the windy conditions make. I didn't like batting in windy conditions, I have to say, because it's difficult to judge, what impact that's going to have on the flight of the ball. Like I was good enough to make that a difference. And I had all the right shots, but not necessarily in the right order, as they say.
The wind, looks to be blowing from Hughes' leg side to the offside.
That's played into the posh side, out of the offside, past the point fielder. It is a lovely diving stop, and they get through for two there.
Nearly mixed up there.
Yeah, they did. There was a bit of hesitancy at one end, but
once they got going, that was good. So Falcons women are 4 without loss. First over here at the Central Co-op County Ground, Derby. Used to be called the racecourse. Was it sort of sometimes referred to as racecourse ground as well? Pearson to continue. Right arm, medium pace. Ponytail swinging in the wind. Played again through the point region. They think about a single, but they're thinking better of it. There's a bit of scrobbling about from the fielders, and they kept it inside that 25-yard circle. Just to remind viewers, in the women's game, it is a 25-yard circle, and only 2 fielders allowed outside that in the power play. First 10 overs. The men's game is different. That is a 30-yard circle, and the numbers inside and out are different. But we won't confuse you with those, because actually I don't know them anyway. I didn't even know men played cricket till somebody explained it to me. The women's game, 25-yard circle, power play, only 2 allowed out. Now, in this case, let me just check. We've got a deep third and a deep sort of fine leg. Yeah, fine leg there. That's the 2 fielders that Middlesex have got out.
Yeah, here's Lauren Turner then who took 3 for 13 in the one-day cup win at Merchant Taylor's School last year. A big win by 8 wickets. And Derbyshire did win the toss and elect to bat today. Middlesex will be looking to bowl them out just as cheaply as they did last time. So here is Turner. Starts with one wide outside off stump and within the guidelines. It was interesting, a couple of almost miscommunications between the batters there, which we saw a lot last year because it was a new Derbyshire side. And for viewers thinking, well, you know, these errors should be stopping this year, it's quite hard when you've got 8 new signings. They've tried to rejuvenate the squad. They've got some players in on loan. I think Duckworth only joined up this week, coming in on loan from Yorkshire. So again, that team bonding, forming those relationships, as this time it is called a wide. But again, Claire, the 50-over format, Derbyshire winless in that last year, that has been the area they're looking to improve. And batting time, valuing your wicket, staying out in the middle, and bringing in the experience of people like Duckworth and Ria Fackrell coming in. And those Derbyshire players who have continued on this year, they're into their second season. The experience and the learning will hopefully really improve. Another one outside off stump. A nice bit of bounce and carry through to Scarlett Hughes. Yeah,
potentially 2 very useful additions to the side. Ria Fackrell's a player I'm more familiar with because she played some for Central Sparks in particular when the regional setup started, and a bit of Warwickshire and so forth. So a sort of, even although she's not that old, she's a seasoned professional in comparison with a lot of the. Remember that these are amateurs here playing today; they're not paid professionals. Although I think they get a match fee, although don't ask me too many details about that. But they aren't fully paid professionals, as Tier 1 are. They are fully paid professionals.
I think it's expenses is the case a lot of the time.
Probably at this level. But they've got to have day jobs or be students to be representing their county. So that's to keep in mind. Driven
gently into the offside for no run, and again Middlesex the energy to pick the ball up, throw it back into the wicket keeper as Duckworth just taking her time.
That'll be an interesting one to monitor as the day goes on.
Yes.
Whether the energy levels, they can keep them up, which, maybe they can.
Understandable excitement. First game back of the season.
Slip in place as well. Excitement.
Turner just jumping at the top of her mark. Ball's just outside the off stump, but it's played into a similar region. They'll have to be quick coming through. It was a decent throw in to Scarlett Hughes, who did remove the bails. And Duckworth is off the mark in Derbyshire colours, as the umpire is just adjusting something on her helmet. Amy Coyne and Jane Pratt. The umpires, Amy Coyne standing now, and Jane Pratt at square leg. A shorter boundary now on the offside for Emily Hughes. Derbyshire 6 for no loss. 1 ball remaining in the second over. A few fans still coming in. It is free entry. And it's a straight delivery driven into the offside for no run. After 2, Derbyshire 6 for no loss. So if you are watching and you're in the area, you're able to come down, free entry, and turn up any time, watch some cricket. Yeah, please come down and join us. We've had some mixed views about what the weather's going to do. It looks a bit naughty both sides, but above us, blue sky. So we're hoping that the weather won't intervene and we can get a full game in. Yeah, different forecasters ever will tell you different things. I like my app because it's less or whatever. Everyone in cricket has a favourite weather app. And, different theories. Different theories indeed. Pearson, right arm over to continue from our end. She's starting to run up not far from the 25-yard circle. It's lovely trotting run up. Nice smooth action, but very slingy, and that's defended down straight to mid-on, and there is no run. And Middlesex come in again, doing that thing that coaches really want you to do and threaten the batter by coming straight in after the ball. Should say Derbyshire's opening partnership last season in all formats was Lara Shaw, Jess Cooser. There's no Cooser in the squad today. She is Nottinghamshire men's physio, so whether she's got that commitment. And Lara Shaw is absent through injury, as is Ellie Nightingale, so a different opening combination today. So bedding that in as well, potentially. And that's played again to point region. They field that and there is no run. Lots of good backing up as well, and those pink shirts of theirs. Oh.
ball up off the floor. Yeah, windy conditions and chilly out there. We were chatting to a guy who's taking photos, and we're thinking, ooh, stay warm out there because it's going to be a bit chilly.
Yeah, 2 people up on the balcony filming over there under the flag, which is still waving around. It's not particularly pleasant by the looks of it. Well, I've got the coat on in here.
Yes, not warm in here. As that squirted out defensively, again, they don't get a run. Do you want to check the guys on the cameras and stuff? Because they're all... So there's a great relationship.
There is.
Talk us through this relationship with Derbyshire Uni.
Derby, yes. So,
Derby Uni.
So Luke, who's an intern with Derbyshire Women this year, helping to sort of push on a lot of their content. He is to our left. He's a 3rd year, as am I. Jake is down doing some photography and filming, another 3rd year. Phoebe is running the live stream, producing. She's a 2nd year. And we've got Zach, another 2nd year on the camera.
That's played behind square. There's a fielder running round. I'm going to get the one. Yeah, just the one.
Somebody else in the camera who I can't quite spot. We've got some new first years in. I've only been in for a day because I had a busy weekend last week, so I'll have to be notified of their
I think
names.
it's just great to mention the close relationship, because what a brilliant partnership that is, because it works for everybody, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Happy days.
They took a punt on me with the commentary, which I appreciate as someone who's never done
well,
cricket
I'm very
commentary.
appreciative.
Yes.
Doing a great job, Freddie. Pearson then again. Slingy, medium pace. That's defended down to mid-off, and there is no run.
So was yesterday your first cricket outing of the year?
It was.
Always an exciting day.
I know. I was saying it's almost like getting a new notebook, and it's all brand new and fresh and clean, and a new pen, and just like you don't know quite what you're going to be writing about the season as it unfolds in front of you. So yeah, very excited yesterday, and then also realising it's a long day. And when you're talking all day, you get a bit dried out. So I need to make sure I do a bit more drinking today. That's played past the point fielder, who gets a fingertips to it, takes a bit of the sting out of that, and they just get the one. Falcons women move on to 7 without loss. And that's the end of the over. 3 overs down, and Duckworth on 3, and Hughes on 3.
Yeah, it's a good half stop to prevent the boundary. That would have been racing away as John Dyson and his captain, Adriana Darlow, just having a walk around the boundary. Down beneath us, both of them with coats on.
Right for runs, of course. Left for wickets. Did you do that?
I've heard it before,
Right for runs, that's where they're going. Walking around the boundary. Having deep in conversation, aren't they? Ooh, lots of tactics going on there.
Yeah, there's plenty of praise for Darlow from within the camp of how she led Derbyshire last year. And what was a difficult year, the first year for this side in Tier 2. Over number 4, and it's another one wide outside off stump, just tempting Hughes into that cut shot.
Yeah, a couple of wins in the Vitality Blast.
A home win is what they're looking for as well. Didn't win at home last year in front of these home supporters.
Give them a home win, that's what they want.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
So Hughes, 3 off 9. Just stands still as she pushes this into the offside. There's nearly a mix-up again. Hughes is sent back. The ball running past.
Oh, everyone's flying.
Hughes and
Scarlett Hughes' hat coming off as well.
Yeah, it was Wybrow diving down to make sure there were no overthrows. And fielding has been good. There have been a couple of half mix-ups, but not come to anything.
That'd be Wybrow from Western Storm days, I remember the name, and she's Gloucestershire as well, wasn't she, before this?
Hughes then eyeing up the first boundary of the game. That's flashed away down to third, who just fumbles and throws the ball back in.
Pearson down there in front of us. She's putting a jumper on, don't blame her. Putting a woolly hat on this weather.
Seen all sorts, haven't we, across the
you were saying that you'd seen
snoods and
yeah, Surrey had all their beanie hats on yesterday, warming up at Edgbaston.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy. Even spending the day at Old Trafford, myself and Luke, who I just mentioned, we went as a fan, went and watched Lancashire against Derbyshire in the county championship. And when you're in the sun, it was lovely, but still, it felt wrong taking the big coat out. And but it had to be done. It is chilly this time of the year, and sometimes you can have Well, we had last week, was it Wednesday? It was boiling hot.
Yeah.
And I sat in the garden. There was no cricket on across the country. And it's just how the schedule falls sometimes. There's Duckworth again flashing outside off stump. They've not really been able to connect. Still waiting for a first boundary.
Yeah, it was a glorious day. I was playing golf. I was happily playing and wishing I'd put shorts on. And it went up to like 23 or something. It's amazing. But it's that time of the year where it's sort of falls to summer, isn't it? We get one of those days, and then the next day, like you said, you need your big coat at Old Trafford when you're watching cricket.
It was nice when the sun did come out eventually. There's a final ball of the fourth over. Just played out again into the offside to short cover, running in Saskia Hawley. This is good over rate-wise.
Yeah.
There'll be no waiting around for lunch. They're flying through the overs.
Yes, we like to see
ends.
a bit of efficiency. Lovely. I do like the jump at the beginning of Turner's action. It's a little jump. Yesterday with Alice Davison-Richards, who does a little skip at the beginning.
Lauren Bell has the hop.
Yeah, the hop, that's right, hop. Yeah. Danny Gibson has a sort of hitch kick part way through. Obviously, I'm showing I'm a cricket anorak. Pearson to continue from the racecourse end. This is racecourse end, isn't it? That's right.
This is, yeah.
Remembered something from last year. Pearson in to Hughes. Plays that straight to the short cover fielder. They've got quite an aggressive field setting here. They're close and they are on it this morning, are Middlesex and their beautiful pink tops. Hughes has done some spells at Notts and Staffs, I think, hasn't she? So.
Yeah, there's a few who are also going to play on loan with Staffs this year as well. I think one at Lincolnshire as well.
Yeah. Hughes waits. Oh, there's a false start. I'm going to have another go.
It can happen in the wind, can't it,
yeah,
for the bowlers?
You, lose your stride. Yeah, there's quite a lot with a sort of list as long as your arm of various places they've played. Scarlet Hughes, Blaze, Leicester, Sunrisers, Cambridge and Huntingdonshire. He's not the only one with a long list. Played down defensively, straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
You've got an Emily Hughes and a Scarlet Hughes.
Yeah, we've got Hughes on either side. Well, wait till you get to do, like, I don't know, the Blaze, which I haven't done for a couple of seasons, but you've got two Bryces and a Boyce, and then a Warwickshire. We've got both Taylors now, Mary Taylor and Millie Taylor. Only Mary Taylor making a debut yesterday, no Millie Taylor on the pitch, so we didn't have the confusion of identical twins on the pitch at once. Pearson trots in. It's a nice ball, straight to the fielder, unfortunately. I think the Derbyshire batters are wanting to feel the middle of the bat, which we haven't really, like you mentioned, we haven't had a boundary yet.
Yeah, there have been a couple of balls that were maybe there to put away and they've just not connected, including that free hit right in the first over.
Falcons women 9 without loss, halfway through the 5th over. Still in the power play. That's played down again, but defensively. I mean, these defensive shots will suit the longer format because you alluded to the fact that they were they were better at T20 last year in the Blast, and it is, as you mentioned, the old phrase valuing your wicket. That's a skill in itself in a longer format. If you're used to only playing 20 overs. Yeah,
Shaw and Kuz are in an attacking opening pair, and of course you lose them today.
Yeah. So learning some new skills on the job here. Hughes to face again. Swings the bat, but only finds that short cover fielder again, and again there's no run.
Yeah, it just cuts off the angle as well, having the fielder in that position.
They've got it positioned well here, haven't they? Saskia Hawley's Scottish international. Knows where to put her field for her bowlers, clearly. Setting the field well. Pearson, I think, is ex-Northants or lives in Northants, or has got Northants connections anyway. That's past the fielder, but not quite. Just a little bit outside the 25-yard circle there. They managed to break that one at least. And the one at the end of the over. So Falcons women at the end of 5 overs, 10 without loss. Duckworth on 3, Hughes on 5.
2 really nice shots there for the offside, and neither of them bringing a boundary. So you just have to try and keep patient. It's been a subdued start, but as Claire was saying, you have more time than you think in the 50-over format. And Derbyshire will hope there's more batting to calm down the order. That was a bit of an issue last year, trying to get the balance of the side right.
Particularly without your openers, that's tough, isn't it? Because Mary Andrews is away with under-19 duty in Australia, playing against Australia and Sri Lanka in that tri-series.
Yeah, the left-arm spinner. So the sun out now, as there's a few appeals and hands on heads in the offside.
And also, somebody else went to under-19, isn't they?
Melisha Tennakoon, yeah, who is yet to play. So she was flying out there a couple of days ago.
It's really, it's intriguing now that we've got this under-19 and they're playing regular tournaments and things to see who's coming through, the talent pathway and all that.
Hughes defends now into the onside. A very patient start from these 2 openers, and the Middlesex fielding has been good, has kept them pushed in.
Yeah, with a 25-yard circle, we probably talked about this last year, I think it's supposed to be an advantage to batters that if you can hit up and over and with the fielding restrictions, but I think sometimes in the women's game, particularly at this level, it's actually a disadvantage.
Not seen anything up and over yet.
No.
Again, it's just off the back foot.
Because I think if you're playing at this level, what it means is that the fielders are that much closer and the gaps are that much smaller. So
I think when you look at some of Derbyshire's struggles against spin as well, that's when it can really become apparent, when maybe they try and hit over the infield and the power just isn't quite there. And then you can just build dot ball after dot ball until you take that big risk. That's a nice shot, and that will be the first boundary of the innings, and Hughes gets her first ball away to the fence. Took her 20 deliveries, and she moves on to 9, 14 for no loss. A nice shot.
Yes. Come on, Derbyshire. There are other games going on today in Tier 2, so just take you around the country. At Cardiff, where I'm reliably informed by Kath Wilkins, who's also there on commentary with Rosa Simkin. They are there for Glamorgan versus Gloucestershire. They've got a bit of a delayed start for the naughty weather, I'm afraid.
Hughes just drives this down the ground and it's into the stumps at the non-strikers, and don't think there was a touch by
I don't know, she tried, didn't
Turner.
she?
Yeah,
tried the old gadget arms. Just try and get a finger on that one. So that's the game at Cardiff. There's a game at Leicester, Leicestershire versus Sussex. We don't know if there's any commentary on there. And our chum Aaron Viles is at Northampton for Northants Steelbacks versus Kent Women. So those are the games, the other games today in Tier 2, League 2, whichever you want to refer to.
Yeah, another Derby Uni student on the camera down there as well. As this is in the offside, it would have been quite the catch from Saskia Hawley diving away. Stuck her big left hand out and it was past her. It would have been spectacular at the end of the 6th. Derbyshire 15 for no loss.
That would have been a great catch, but it was sort of doable, but it's almost like she hadn't quite believed it was coming towards her, which will be, the Derbyshire fans will be glad of. Saskia Hawley, yes, a Scottish international. I think their nickname, the Wildcats, I think that's great. I'd love to have been a Wildcat. Oh, great nickname. Pearson to continue again. Is she going to bowl out, do you think?
Early days.
6 overs in, and the Falcons are 15 without loss. Bit more Pearson. Right arm, medium pace. Hughes to face. She's on 10. Duckworth on 3. Ooh, they've taken the slip out, so she's had a little twiddle at that. Has that come off bat? It has. So that's 4 to Hughes.
Well, they could easily have left a slip in.
Yeah, they took all the slips and the close fielders out there, so the opportunity was on. I'm not sure it was definitely. Maybe she meant it. It kind of didn't look like it from the angle that we're at, but we're at a sort of odd angle. But yeah, they all count, don't they, as they say?
You'll wait for the replay, which will coincide with this ball coming in.
Yeah, you have a look at the replay and I'll watch this one. As Pearson comes in again. Hughes. Oh, she's a little slash at that one, misses it. Straight through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
In fact, I think that screen is level. We were talking about that earlier about commentating.
We're talking about sinking.
I think it's exactly level. We'll maybe get confirmation from the guys.
Yeah, I think it probably is. No, I've been told lots of people that we can't commentate off the commentary live stream because it's not usually synced. That's what you get for having a female producer. Phoebe's got it. She's on it.
Well done, Phoebe.
Yeah, she's on it. It is probably synced up. I'm not used to looking at it because we have to.
Yeah, no, it is. Wow.
We have to commentate from live, so otherwise we'll be out of sync for you. We'll be commentating on the wrong ball as that goes straight to the mid-on fielder, and there is no run.
Synced up perfectly, which I don't remember having last year. So
perhaps we're going out late. Somebody will tell us. I'll get a message from someone. What are you doing? Are you talking too fast or too slow? Whichever way around it goes.
So yes, the slip was in there, and that could have been the end of Emily Hughes. Having a look back on that replay.
Oh yeah. Hughes waiting patiently, tapping a bat. That's played back past the bowler. It's coming down towards us. It's making its way to the fence. 4 runs. 4 runs to Hughes off the bowling of Pearson. Nice. It was literally a straight drive. If any straighter, it would have hit the stumps.
Yeah, really nice shot.
Yep.
From Hughes, who's got her iron now, moving along to 18. See the slow-mo, got it all here. Central County Ground. That's that is nice a slow-mo.
Check drive, straight drive.
You'll be looking through the photos later and thinking, I hope they got that shot.
Yeah, you get that, Zach. Pearson then again. Right arm over, slingy action back towards the bowler, but with no pace this time, so she managed to field off her own bowling as Middlesex do the backing up behind her. Oh, they're on it, they're really on it. Middlesex looking very keen this morning. Champions last year, of course. Beating Yorkshire, did we mention that? Beating Yorkshire in the final.
Yeah, so this screen is exactly live, I've been told by Stephen, which is very helpful for us.
Yes. So. Well, you say that, but actually, because I've got so used to doing it live and then having a little bit of a delay and being able to give a different perspective. Ooh, is it going to be wide? Yes, it is. Wide ball there from Pearson. So a bonus ball for Derbyshire. And this first game of League 2 Metro Bank One Day Cup for the women here at the Central Co-op County Ground, Derby. Listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Freddie Cardy, broadcast legend. Famous Gooners fan.
Oh, not talking about Arsenal, please.
No, we're not. Oh, okay. That's played beautifully straight to point, but so efficiently there is no run.
Yeah, only cricket chat today.
Only cricket
unless Tottenham lose to Sunderland, and then we'll be back in.
Okay. No, 7 overs gone, and Derbyshire Falcons are 24 without loss. So we're not allowed to talk football today.
Specifically Arsenal Bournemouth. Anything else I can talk about.
But Freddie is big in, and you're big in women's football as well, commentary, aren't you? You went abroad with Arsenal women and all sorts.
The Champions League run last year. They're into the semi-finals again. I don't think I'm going to get to Lyon for the semi-finals, and the final is in Oslo, which would be a nice trip. Still a long way away. Lyon, one of the big sides, but yeah, Arsenal beat Chelsea. That was a really good game. Both legs were on the BBC as well, so it had plenty of exposure as Duckworth faces up. She's looking for her first boundary and just defends back down to the bowler.
But you are steeped in women's sport, which I'm very impressed with.
Yeah, it's been very enjoyable covering Arsenal and seeing the progress they've made. So we hear the wind rattling about, and then, yeah, being entrusted with calling sort of Derbyshire women's maiden year in Tier 2 was exciting. Turner full and floaty, and that has just missed off stump, has it?
It's not bounced, has it? We had another one in one of her previous overs that looked like it just died at this end. Whether there's a bit of a naughty patch, it did not get up at all.
Duckworth tried to jam the bat down, and the end result is no run. Duckworth again full and defended out to point. Reva Pindoria doing the fielding.
They've got some great names. Reva Pindoria, yes. Finty Trussler, Guy Goalie.
Just gutted there's no Artemis Downer, which
I know, that was,
yes,
I'm sure
name.
Dan Norcross would love that. Artemis Downer.
Jenny Blofeld as well.
Yeah, Blofeld, we've got Blofeld.
Defended again out into the offside. Duckworth has been very, very watchful, hasn't she?
And they used to have Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones. I know that Dan Norcross likes that name.
Blinkhorn, yeah. There's a Blinkhilda who plays for England women, and Manchester City, Blinkhilda Brown. Laura Blinkhilda Brown. Blinkhorn is good. There's another flash outside off stump through to Scarlett Hughes. Yeah, the chat at Old Trafford the other day was, of course, Jimmy Anderson from the James Anderson end, and then Martin Anderson with 2 S's for Derbyshire facing him, both with number 9 on their back, which Jimmy apparently didn't take too kindly to last year. But it was an accident. Martin told us that he only wore the number 9 because he used to bat number 9, and then found out, it was pointed out to him by someone, you've got Jimmy Anderson's number and you've got to face him.
At his end.
Yes, this is defended
named after
again.
him.
And after 4, it is 24 for no loss.
That's a lot of Andersons in one sentence explaining that, isn't it? Because you're not spelling it when you're saying it out loud. The one with 2 S's, the one with 1 S. I think we're going to see his change of bowling. This is very exciting. Change of bowling for Middlesex. We've got Saskia Hawley, the captain, bringing herself on. So we're going to see a little bit of, providing their website is right, a little right arm off spin. Her best bowling figures are 7 for 12. I don't know who that was against. I just thought, 7 for 12. And interestingly, on the website, they're all asked which is their favourite ground, and I don't know if, whether Middlesex should have given them a memo about you should say Lords. A lot of them did say Lords, but some of them said Oval, which I think is probably a bit like.
I was surprised by that.
Yeah, it's a bit like
what I enjoyed
rivals.
is when they say something else, they go, "Oh, actually, Lords." And
yes,
then
they go,
Fletcher was the
Lords.
comms guy at Middlesex, going, "Yeah, it's a good choice."
That's outside, wide outside off. Hughes has a little dabble at that, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's another one that maybe could have been put away.
It almost felt like apologetically hitting that. Let's see what happens in the next one. Played into the leg side, not necessarily convincingly, but there is a gap there. There's a little pocket because the fielder is outside the 25-yard circle there, so you've got quite a lot of coverage there. They've got a single. Falcons move to 25 without loss. Duckworth on 3, Hughes on 19.
It's more like leg spin, doesn't it?
Yeah. She described it, or the website described it as off spin, but we'll have a little look at the action. This time to Duckworth. There's a bit of off spin. There's a bit of turn the doorknob.
Yeah, sometimes it's almost the leg spinner's action, but it's still off spin. And this, I think, looking at the screen, that seems to be the case. What way the ball's turning.
Oh, a crosser, and that's out. I'm not entirely sure because I was doing that live rather than looking at the close-up, but it's out. So Duckworth goes for 3 off 21 balls, and Derbyshire lose their first wicket of the season here at the Central Co-op County Ground.
Yeah, spin has been an issue for Derbyshire. Duckworth just never really got going. She saw Saskia Hawley maybe the chance to finally find the boundary and unable to do so. So Derbyshire lose their first. Ella Porter will come to the crease, who's in her second season with the Falcons. And Hawley with the early breakthrough, Middlesex, and her first wicket of the season.
Ella Porter, of course, Blaze Academy and ex-Notts player. She runs out to the crease. Derbyshire in their pale blue and navy. Middlesex in the quarter shirts, pink and navy. Both very nice, neat kit. So, Derbyshire Falcons 25 for 1, approaching the end of the 9th over, still in the power play, another one to go. Middlesex only allowed 2 outside that 25-yard circle in the women's game, so we've got a backward square and a deep mid-wicket just in off the rope, both of them at the moment. Hawley, the wind blowing her trousers, Porter facing up. Plays that into the leg side, straight to the short mid-wicket fielder, and there is no run. So face that first ball. That's the first take a breather. In again. A little confused by the bounce there. Porter plays that into the leg side, but there is no run. So Saskia Hawley gets a wicket in her first over, and it was bowled, says the scorecard. By Saskia Hawley and Rebecca Duckworth. 3-4 off 22 balls, 34 minutes, no fours, unfortunately.
It was the slightly quicker delivery, looking back from Hawley, and that meant that Duckworth just couldn't quite time the sweep. She was eyeing up into the leg side. Big celebrations from Hawley as well, down on one knee.
It was, but we've got some hardy spectators here discussing the game there.
Yeah, they're out in the sun.
Yeah, look, you see, they're out there enjoying that. It's the beauty of having a synced up live stream. Thank you, Phoebe.
So then Turner to bowl her 5th over from the city end. Blue skies above now. And that's driven nicely out to mid-off, inside the circle.
They are well drilled, Middlesex. We got backing up our end, and it didn't even look like it was going to get thrown to our end, so they're very keen.
So Hughes then, he's hit a handful of boundaries, 19.
Yep.
Goes back down the grass, come off the shins of Turner, and that's going to sting, and she's down on her haunches now, just walking gingerly back to her mark, body on the line.
Porter was a bit, I think there was a satellite delay to, are we running? Yes, we are. But fortunately, she wasn't running to the danger end, so that was all right.
Now, you came up with a word I haven't heard before for a shot yesterday. I was watching the highlights of the Warwickshire game. I think you said Danny White-Hodge accidentaled the ball into the onside, which I thought was fantastic because she didn't mean to hit it there. And I think you were going to go accidentally, and you turn it into accidental as Porter
like
defends and then hops back out the way, which I'm going to have to use that at some point today.
Yes, talking of accidental, there was a bit there with the bat and the pad. Yes, well, I like to invent words as those who have done more commentary. Poor old Ed Seaborn, he just looks at me like, oh God, what she said now. Accidental, I like that.
Porter now flicks this away nicely into the onside. They'll just come through for 1. Hughes was eyeing up a couple, and Porter said no.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too long talking about yesterday because people go, oh, she's talking about the Warwickshire game. But the point for England spectators is that Danny White-Hodge made a massive score, which is great, and I'm sure she'll hope that Charlotte Edwards was watching that. But she also adopted a new shot, and I'll come back to that after this delivery.
He's moving on to 20. Oh, and she's been bowled. A big wicket for Turner and Middlesex. Derbyshire lose their second right at the end of the power play. And Emily Hughes, her debut comes to an end. 20 from 34. Derbyshire 2 down.
That's a shame because, as you mentioned, the two openers were patient, and then Duckworth didn't get very far. But Hughes looked like she was starting to open up a bit, get a few more boundaries, and that's a shame now because they're going to have to build a brand new partnership again, aren't they? So. So my point about Danny White-Hodge is we know, because we've seen her as England spectator and England fans, she likes to post the ball through point and gully and slips. That's her favourite shot. She plays the ball late. She loves all that, a bit like Meg Lanning and Susie Bates. They all play through that sort of area. Now, it strikes me that she's probably been told that if she's not careful, she's going to get caught in that area, which she has been in the past. So yesterday, I mean, maybe it's accidental, but it looked like it was coached. She was just literally putting a bat down and guiding the ball so it's going down, and obviously, so you're not going to get caught, and using the pace of the ball. She did a lot of that yesterday, and given that Warwickshire have quite a speedy attack with people like Emma Arlott, etc., it worked really quite well for her. So she certainly wasn't doing her any harm. She's just seemed to have so much time on the ball. So good news for England fans. I will stop talking about Danny White-Hodge and come back to Derbyshire versus Middlesex. Their first game of the season. Remember, these are not fully paid professionals. So bear that in mind when you're watching the game. They are very dedicated. I worry about the word professional because certainly in my day, I would say that we played in a professional manner. We set standards, we were role models, but we just weren't paid. But so professional is a bit of a double-edged word.
Here is Lauren Kenvin on her debut, batting at number 4. She guides this one out down to a wide third, which is Sarah Pearson doing the fielding. So that's the power play done. Derbyshire move along to 28 for 2, and that's Middlesex's power play, I think you'd say, Claire?
Yeah, definitely. They've been very keen on the fielding, close field positioning from Saskia Hawley has been excellent. She certainly knows where to put the close fielders from her bowlers. They've been keen, they've been on it, they've been backing up, they looked sharp in the field, and Derbyshire have struggled to get the ball through that field and get boundaries. Really struggling at this stage. But yes, the power play definitely points to Middlesex as Saskia Hawley continues from our end, and the umpire signals the end of the power play, so they're allowed more than 2 outside the 25-yard circle. Floated in there, and Kenvin can only play that straight to the short mid-wicket fielder, and there is no run. Kenvin from Warwickshire, so I recognise the name from the junior pathways, although I don't think I've seen her play. But I recognise the name coming up. That's played through points, that lovely gap, so that was sliced through there, but it's a big boundary that side, so it gets hauled in with about 10 yards to spare, but they do get through for some runs, which is very exciting. So Derbyshire Falcons are 30 for 2. Porter on 1, Kenvin on 3.
Liking that new scoreboard, I have to say, over there by the
nice
hotel.
And clear for us as well.
Yeah, it looks great.
Comes forward and plays that down in front of her, and there is no run. We'll see if I can invent some more words today then. Not accidental. I don't even realise I'd said it. Straight through to the wicketkeeper. And maybe I got cut off, because sometimes with those highlights they kind of cut the... But I like to think that I've invented a new word. Hawley to continue. Right arm. Off spin. Straight to the backward point fielder. And there is no run again from Lauren Kenvin. They need to establish a partnership here, Derbyshire. And then remember that they've got 50 overs to play with here. I was going to say. That's a wide ball. Thanks very much. Another ball. Signalled by Jane Pratt. At the bowler's end. Amy Coyne at square leg. Goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. Great to see 2 female umpires, of course. I should celebrate that. And good to see them.
One at Old Trafford, of
Was
course, this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Sue Redfern,
Yeah.
who was wrapped up warm, as we all were.
It's been pretty cold from what I hear.
Must be even worse for umpires. I mean, you can wrap up a bit warmer, can't you? But
I mean, people think that they are standing still, but Sue Redfern will tell you that she's moving, as soon as the ball is bowled, she's moving to one side or the other and trying to keep it. But even so, it's still not moving very far, is it? Even if you've got a left and a right-hand batter, particularly in a men's four-day game, you're taking it's a long old day, but at least with regular breaks, it's about the only consolation, I think, is to go straight through. Sorry, I was talking over your over.
Nothing there. Porter just floating the ball outside off stump, and rather subdued start. The 2 wickets in the power play. Duckworth bowled by Hawley for 3, and Hughes out bowled by Turner for 20. So 2 bowled dismissals. Run rate is below 3 and over. Porter can be destructive though. Again, just defending it. Case of just playing your way into form, isn't it? In this 50-over game, nice to start the year with a 50 over rather than 20 over.
Yeah, bit of a chance to get into a game, bowling spells, batting spells, and that's why the women. I mean, let's hope it comes in at the top level. They get to play multi-day cricket because they will learn problem solving that they don't get in the short format.
Yeah, that is one of my big bugbears, is the lack of multi-day cricket, especially now with the Tier 1 and the professionalism. And if you've got everyone in Tier 1 who doesn't have second jobs, and, But my other thought was, well, what about when we have these bank holidays? You end up having a 4-day weekend, and even maybe Tier 2, even if it's just 1 4-day game a year, maybe there are more windows potentially coming up.
I hope so. It's difficult with the calendar so tight.
They had to rush through there. If that was fielded cleanly, and she knows it, doesn't she, Sarah Pearson at mid-wicket?
She does.
In trouble.
Scarlett Hughes going, come on, get it in.
But yeah, I think Tier 1, even for 3-day cricket, it's every time England have these test matches in the Ashes as the big marquee event at Lord's, but that is it in terms of their red ball cricket. And it does feel like, well, if we're going to go down the route of professionalism and improving Tier 1, then maybe...
It's going to be, because India have introduced a domestic multi-day, and so have Sri Lanka, I think. And Cricket Home made the point on their vodcast, it may be those teams that get most from it. As that's just dubbed down. Yeah, it's a great way to learn problem solving and longer spells. And I know, because I had a brief side conversation with Charlotte Edwards when she was still at Hampshire. Barbara Daniels and I were commentating at Worcester. And we were sort of making the point, surely it's great for a coaching point of view because you get a chance to see a long period of whatever skill that they're demonstrating. So I imagine that would be a want from Lottie.
Oh, something of an edge from Kenvin. Runs away down to 3rd, and that'll bring her first boundary. She moves along to 7. Derbyshire 36 for 2.
Yes, I'm feeling more optimistic about the Derbyshire batters here. Getting the ball through that field now that they've had to move back slightly following the power play finish. Important here that Porter and Kenvin get a partnership together. 9 so far of 13 for them. Saskia Hawley to continue. Going to spin, right arm over, comes forward, plays that back past the bowler. There's a little juggle with it.
Kenvin seems a bit of a Welsh name. If not, I even want to say Cornish as well.
Maybe a bit Celtic, maybe.
Yeah, it seems to be Welsh from my little search from the internet.
That's another dot ball to Saskia Hawley, Scottish international. Ooh, she played that right in front of the stumps, but with the bat first. Porter getting a bit tied up here, trying to pick the line of Saskia Hawley, bowling from the racecourse end here at Derby in the sunshine. Shadows forming, which is always nice. That goes straight past the bat, straight to the wicket keeper, keeping Scarlett Hughes interested. Scarlett Hughes of the Blaze. We're assuming that's a blown still, though we don't know. Floating up again. Porter finds a little pocket there in mid-wicket, and they get through for a single.
when we are assuming if and when, it is because it's not because we've not done the prep. It's because it simply isn't out there. And that
Excellent point.
That is the shame. I was doing my prep last night and gradually falling asleep, but I was sort of giving up hope at times finding some of these players, because even stuff like the fact Middlesex won the Blast last year, and this isn't maybe criticism of Middlesex, but the lack of info out there and the fact that they won that inaugural competition is really disappointing. You know, it should be promoted a lot more. And, you know, I take my hat off to Derbyshire for getting Luke on board as an intern. I know Frankie Clark, one of the bowlers, she's been doing some sort of behind-the-scenes marketing work as well. And Derbyshire now, if you go on the website, there are those player profiles, and, you know, each player has the bio, which is really helpful for us. But there is still...
So I mean, Freddie makes a really good point there. It's really difficult to research for these games because they use a huge squad because they are, as you say, they're students or they're part-time or they're at school or whatever. So there's a lot of them, and there's very little information about any of them unless you've got somebody like a Scarlett Hughes or a Rhea Fackrell or whatever who's played a little bit of, or in some cases quite a lot of previous, perhaps regional cricket, etc.
Yeah, and apologies.
But the others, it's hard. So, yes.
Alice Whitmore coming on, Middlesex's fourth bowler, as Porter can't beat the field there, but that she will now. There's a fumble. Porter will come through for one. They should be able to look for two, and they will just trot back for a second. Alice Whitmore, another one. I don't think she was on the Middlesex website, and there was very, very little when I put her name into the internet yesterday as well, and it just means we're limited in that some of these players, you know, Duckworth, for example, Pippa Sprouse, Saskia Hawley, there's plenty on because they've, you know, played international cricket, but there is a real disparity as Porter plays this one nicely out to square leg, who does the fielding. That could have gone anywhere in the end.
Came off the batter in the end. Yeah, so it's not that we can't, but it's just difficult. There's not much information, so...
More outside of stump. Porter plays this out to short cover. He has a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Kenvin on her toes. There's a lot of energy out there. Certainly.
There is. I wonder if she's almost having a go at her, like, are you backing up? Because I'm going to shy. I think that was Saskia Hawley just giving a sort of metaphorical slap to her fielders in the leg side there.
Wide enough to cut for Porter, and fielding is done in the end. Yeah, Hawley, so much experience leading from the front. There's so many little intricate field changes. She's moving people around now, so cover goes back to deep extra cover on the boundary.
Yeah, we're talking about the skills of cricket, batting, bowling, fielding, but also the cricket now's captaincy is another area, isn't it?
Wide again, and a big swish from Porter. It's just off balance a touch there, and free to the wicket keeper.
And Saskia Hawley is clearly high on the cricket nous, or as Mel Jones would call it, cricket smarts, which I think is a great way of describing it. She knows her game, which is what the tier 2, they need that experience to bring them forward.
Wide again, Porter back in her crease, trying to drive away through the offside, and isn't able to connect. 39 for 2.
14 overs gone, 36 remaining. Let's hope the weather stays away. We've got sunshine and shadows here, which is always pleasant. The Central Co-op county ground here at Barbados. There's the tourists. They're not in shorts and t-shirts. They're in woolly hats, hoodies, and big coats. It's definitely a big coat day today. Very windy, cold wind, but free to get in. So get yourself down to Derby. Or let's play it outside. Oh, through that gap again. She's found that gap again. It's going towards the boundary. That's 4 runs to Lauren Kenvin off the bowling of Saskia Hawley. So starting to get the measure of the spin bowling of the captain of Middlesex. Perchance, because there wasn't much of a gap between that sort of forward and backward point. So she did well to find that and bisect as opposed to dissect the fielders.
And Middlesex have fielded well as well.
Yeah, they have.
Derbyshire just needed that boundary. Kenvin onto a runner ball 11.
Hawley to continue. It's deceiving quite a lot in the flight. Some sort of floating, some going straight through.
I think you're spot on. It's the ones going straight through where they're playing for the turn, playing inside the line.
I might be tempted to bowl the other end if I were Hawley, because we've got a dead spot this end. That's another dot there, another couple of dots. She's joining those dots together, as the cliche goes.
She does have the choice, of course, what end she goes to, Hawley, but Whitmore's only bowled one at the other end. But
oh, that's a sort of loose one down the leg side, and it's going to be signalled a wide. Kenvin had a little go at it, but we're going to get a wide for that one. Score, we're edging towards the first milestone, Freddie. 43 for 2, Derbyshire Falcons. Here in the middle of the 15th over as Hawley continues. That was a more on-target one. It's just worked into the leg side, but there is no run. Of course, talking to Scotland, the Women's World Cup T20 is in this country. Scotland, Ireland and the Netherlands competing in that, so very exciting. It's played in front of the stumps, but backwards of square, and there's a fielder running after it. They've got one. They might think about two, but think better of it. Just the one to Porter. Score moves to 46 for 2. Yeah, 46 for 2. Just clicked over.
yeah, I know Polly is very excited about the Netherlands.
Oh, she is. Yeah, because she's seen them up in the Netherlands, and she was on one of the qualifying tournaments. That's dotted down in front of her. Kenvin. That's the end of the over. 15 overs gone. Derbyshire Falcons are 46 for 2. Losing Duckworth to Hawley, bowled her for 3. And Hughes went for 20, bowled by Turner.
Well, I can see Lara Shaw walking around the boundary, and this might not be great news for Derbyshire, in that her right foot is in one of those big grey protective boots.
Mooney boot things.
Yeah, she's walking freely enough, but that will explain why Lara Shaw is not playing in this one.
Yeah, when we commentated together last season, there was quite a lot of names that I thought, oh, I'll remember them, and then they're not playing. Confusing, eh?
Kenvin drags this out to mid-wicket, has to get back again. I'm loving the energy from Middlesex. They're trying to pounce on any slip-ups, and they'll know as well, Claire, they're the favourites going into this game. They maybe have a bit more experience, and they're trying to make Derbyshire know that. Yeah,
I was chatting with Rosa Simpkin and Aaron Viles, who are both, well, one is in Cardiff and the other is in Northants.
Kenvin cuts nicely out to point, and it just landed nastily on the bounce in front of her.
That's a bruise. That is a bruise for Riva Pindoria there. Back of point. And in the cold, it's almost more stingy. She's holding on to that. That's going to be sorely, especially when it thaws out.
Whitmore over the wicket, goes very wide, full and wide, and the umpire keeps her hands in her pockets.
Yeah.
Amy Coyne.
Whitmore searching for that area that just seems to just shoot through potentially. Maybe a dead patch at this end. I'll keep an eye on that one.
Yes, and green on the pitch, but it doesn't often mean a lot at Derby. It's a very good batting track. Has been here for a while as it's defended by Porter. Normally some assistance for the spinners as well.
Yes, Polly Starkey, who was on the commentary at Durham yesterday, one of my regional chums from the previous days, and Freddie knows that. She's very excited about the Netherlands. And Scotland and Ireland. It's just nice to see some new teams in that competition.
Of course, plenty of Scottish and Irish players playing in the English domestic setup as well. Some good talents around. I think Gabby Lewis scored runs yesterday for Lancs.
Yeah. She did well in because they won the final of the Metrobank League One last season as well. Yeah, of course, Scotland have the benefit of playing as domestic players because their men don't play Test cricket.
This is played out to the point region nicely by Kenvin under the 16th, 48 for 2. That's worth expanding on. Chris.
Yeah, so Ireland, because their men have Test status. Although the women have not played in a test in a very long time, because their men have test status, they are therefore seen as Test Nation, and they have to play as overseas players. So, aforementioned Gabby Lewis, she has to be the one overseas player playing in women's domestic cricket. However, the Scottish players, because their men don't play Test cricket. Their women are allowed to play as domestic cricketers, so they are not part of the, well, you can only field one overseas. So hence you've got the Blaze with the Bryce sisters. They now have Kirsty Gordon, who's gone back to Scottish citizenship, or Scottish cricketsanship.
There's another new word.
Cricketsanship. Yeah, so Kirsty Gordon as well. So, and that, across the whole piece, Scotland do very well because probably the majority of their players play English domestic cricket and are getting that top level experience, which makes it a whole lot easier when you're playing in that level than if you're an Irish player. Davis in to Kenvin, plays that down. There is no run. This is a change of bowling this end. Got a bit more spin from Davis. Leg spin, says the website. Yeah, looks a bit leggy. It's floated up again, just defended down to the short cover fielder, and there is no run. Got the captain there, Saskia Hawley at short cover. It's often the captain's position, isn't it? Particularly at international cricket. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Another one to the total, like edging towards that. 49 for 2. Nearly got the 50. Derbyshire. Come on, Derbyshire. Oh, it's a big shout. But, yeah, Jane Pratt not unmoved, saying it's not out.
Look leg side from first glance.
You're looking at Davis. Bit of bamboozle, certainly a bit of movement there. Kenvin gets a bat on that one, another dot. Swept out to the square leg fielder who's gone backward a square, come off the rope, fumbles slightly, but does get the ball in. And that's Derbyshire's 50. Oh, that should warm the spectator. Come on, you can clap your hands now. 50. Derbyshire 50 up, 50 for 2. And that's in the end of the 17th over. We've got one more ball to go. I was wondering if we might get a maiden when this Davis started bowling, but not quite. That's work to point, but there is going to be no run. So that's the end of the over. 17 overs gone here at Derby, and Derbyshire Falcons women are 50 for 2 at the moment. Porter on 7 and Kenvin on 13. Partnership of 23, because we were calling for a partnership. That's what Derbyshire need here. They need to remember they've got 50 overs to play with. And of course, the Netherlands, we've talked about Scotland and Ireland, Stair Callis, who must have been the most hard-working cricketer last season. She was playing for Warwickshire, Yorkshire and the Netherlands and Birmingham Phoenix. Yes. I mean, she must have had jet lag even just getting to her games.
Here's Whitmore running in hard, banging the ball in. Yeah, if that's Air Miles, Eurostar Miles, maybe?
Stair Miles Callis, I started calling her because I was doing Warwickshire commentary. Yeah, I presume she's just staying at home in Yorkshire now that Yorkshire have got automatic promotion, as it were, to Tier 1.
Kenvin dabs this away to point for no run. Yeah, it was one of my criticisms, if you like, of the tier system last year, was the loan market and how sort of easily it was exploited, and I think that's not been tightened up this year, and Derbyshire have gone, right, we're going to use it ourselves now, because there are almost no limits on what you can do with players and bringing them in. And Derbyshire, those 2 loanies from Yorkshire, plenty other loanies as well, that beats the outside edge of Kenvin. I did think it might be tightened up this year, but it's not been the case. So
I did have a conversation with someone in the know at the ECB, and I think they would have liked to have done. I think the challenge is that, how do you tighten it? And then what unexpected results do you have if you do? Are you therefore, for example, thinking about, I did a lot of commentary for Glamorgan last year, and Rachel Priest, who's somebody I know because I worked with the New Zealand White Ferns before, she has used, there was a whole plethora of players that she was drawing on. And also, surely she's doing a pre-interview for next year's Tier 1 status for Glamorgan. So she's going to want to make the most of that. And also because they're amateurs, they need to have lots of cover, which is we were talking about having a lot of players to draw on. So yeah, it's I think they'd like to have tightened it, but you can, it's picking the right ways of tightening it so that those that need a bit more flexibility, and you want the players playing. That's the thing, particularly if they've got professional contracts, rookie contracts, etc.
Wide, nearly an under edge from Ken Vinny, didn't connect. I think my issue was the players. We can see there's that gap between tier 1 and tier 2, and you speak to anyone and they'll admit that. And if you have a tier 1 player who's clearly good enough to play in tier 1 going down to tier 2, or you had someone like Lauren Winfield-Hill playing in tier 2, clearly far too good for tier 2, and obviously that's evened out now with Yorkshire going up to tier 1. That was some of the issues. Was she wanted to go and play in tier 1, understandably in the Blast, so went on loan to Essex, but then was still hammering Derbyshire around in tier 2, and that's where it didn't quite feel justifiable. Yeah,
that's what you've got to watch, isn't it? But I mean, the whole of tier 2 was. The whole thing was sort of muddied by the fact that you've got Yorkshire, who are fully paid professionals, playing against amateurs. So that was all very odd.
I've had a message through. Is that a bottom edge? They're going to have to race through now. Porter gets moving and the bails are removed. Porter able to get through in the end. Some drama at the end of the 18th over. Derbyshire move along because they did complete a run there quite bravely to 53 for 2. So the message I've had is there are limits on professional player loans, 6 at a time, he thinks, but he thinks loans from Tier 1 academies are unlimited, and that's what Derbyshire is certainly picking up on. So yeah, you can't name a full side of loan players, but, well, you actually could if they were all from Tier 1 academies. And we have seen that in this Derbyshire side, there's a few more, and the case is, if it's there to exploit, then exploit it, and every team's going to.
Yeah, but there were some odd ones. But Davis to continue from the racecourse end to Kenvin, who defends that down. Yes, the loan system. I mean, it needs a bit of wrinkling, ironing out potentially. I was just going to say that's another dot ball because Warwickshire have Alexa Stonehouse from Surrey on season loan. Long loan, but she didn't play against Surrey. I don't know if that was an informal agreement or a formal agreement. So, interesting. Not involved in the game against Surrey yesterday, although was bowling in the warm-up games. I gather bowling nice, and of course her point of difference is left arm over, which is a bit different as well. As we see the leg spin of Davis to continue.
Most loan deals you can't play against your parent club as Lauren is in. She's going to swap with me. We've got a celebrity in the back of the box. As Davis continues to Kenvin. That's again another dot. We'll get Lauren in from the Derbyshire Cricket Foundation to speak to you, Claire, at the end of this over.
We like a celeb in. Kenvin waits. Floated, worked backwards of square into a nice little pocket there. The fielder has a long way to cover. They get a single. Derbyshire move to 54 for 2, and that's the end of the over. Freddie's going to have a little break while I have a little chat with Lauren. That's 19 overs gone. Derbyshire are 54 for 2. Porter on 7 and Kenvin on 15. As I welcome Lauren in. I'm going to get her to tell me what her job title and everything is, because I bet she's got a big impressive... Have you got a big, impressive job title?
Well, it's a Women and Girls Development Officer now.
Okay. And tell the listeners who you are and what you...
Yeah, so Lauren Tuffrey, I work for the Derbyshire Cricket Foundation. Work alongside Emma Thatcher, who's also one of our Women and Girls Development Officers. Yeah, and
that's a dot ball there. Now, I want to talk about some of your social media content, which I've enjoyed, and I've actually particularly enjoyed the offcuts or whatever. Yeah.
The behind the scenes.
Particularly where you get it wrong and you just do the bits that you didn't use. As Whitmore continues from the far end to us, and that's dubbed down straight to the fielder. Oh, Reva Pindoria has a bit of a shy there, and that's another dot.
Yeah, we've just been trying to do something a little bit different. Like, we just want to show people who we are outside of all the stuff they always see.
Yeah.
Like, we are fun people, and we want to share that, and we think people...
You engage more with it, don't you?
Engage with it, don't they? They like to see that sort of thing, so we're leaning into that a little bit more.
Excellent. Oh, that's a wide one. So yes, you've done all sorts, because there's been some great indoor softball-y things.
Yes.
You're going to tell me all about those activation-y things that you've been doing. What have you been up to?
So we've had indoor softball leagues. So we ran one just before Christmas, one after.
Yeah.
And they've been really good. We've had loads of new clubs, new winners as well. It's all been really good.
So I don't know if you've heard that it's ancient history now, but I did play for Derbyshire.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yes, and in our day we had an evening league, which was interesting. It was a 17 over 18 ball 17 over 8 ball overs, and you didn't have any extras for wides for those people who. That's dobbed down again. No run. Yes, so that it wasn't depressing for people who perhaps lost their targeting, whatever. Yeah. But there was about 8 or 9 teams: Denby, Derby, Ashbourne. I'm struggling now, but across the whole county. Yeah. But it was a great way to start the feeding into the Derbyshire pathway. So that's up in the air, over the fielder. Is that going to be 4 runs? It is. Is it going to be? Yes, 4 runs. 4 runs to Lauren Kenvin. What can you tell us about Lauren Kenvin? Because she's a Warwickshire name that I recognise.
I don't know much about the Derbyshire women this
year.
I'm
going to ask someone from Derbyshire.
I know. I'm not as close to it. I do a lot of work with the under-13 pathway.
You're doing the important stuff because you're doing the pathway, because there won't be any more of these. Yeah. Bring them in. Whitmore continues. Oh, Kenvin has a little go at that note. And that's the end of the over. So that's 20 overs gone. We're all approaching that sort of halfway mark. Derbyshire Falcons 59 for 2, Porter on 7 and Kenvin on 19. So we've got. So tell me in order, what have you done in terms of softball and indoor leagues and
Yeah, so we've had those 2 leagues this winter, which have been really good. Provide women with the opportunity to keep playing over the winter. We know that the women, they just want to play all year round, so we have an offer as much as possible for them. We've had new courses as well, so we've done a new softball course, and we've done 2 new intro to hardball courses as well, which has been really good, and it's allowed women to take that step from softball into hardball, which we know there's more clubs jumping up that are sort of going, we want to start giving hardball a go, and the East Midlands Women's League offers a Super 8s format, so it's like your pairs, 8-a-side hardball for that intro, and we're finding a lot more clubs now are making that step, and we just know that they want that coaching, they want people to help them feel confident in it, and that's why we offered it, and it's been great. We've had fantastic feedback. And
yeah, that was the content that I'd seen recently, where the players they were just saying that they'd really welcome that opportunity to have a bit of a go at hardball, because softball was introduced June 2017 to get more women playing, and because the worry was that women didn't want to play with a hard ball, but actually they are converting, aren't they?
Yeah, we're finding now that a lot of teams they've played softball for years. And then they're going, what's next?
Yeah.
And they're going, we'd love to give this a go, but we don't know if we're good enough, or we don't know what to do with the kit, or how to play safely, or whatever it might be. So we provided these sessions, given them a bit of a taster. We had us as sort of experienced coaches, like me, Emma, Emily. We've all played hardball cricket for years, and just sort of there going, no, you can do this, you can do that. Yeah. And it's been great.
Particularly this time of the season, because the ball seems very hard at this time of the season when it's cold. And that's the end of the over. 21 overs gone. Falcons still 59 for 2. Porter on 7. Kenvin on 19. Yeah, and because that's a fear that they need to overcome, isn't it? So I'm sure you've got lots of. I saw some of the videos. So go on the Derbyshire Foundation social medias and see all those videos of Lauren, Emma, and Emily doing all that lovely activation. And there was some great pieces to camera where the women and the girls are saying, "Oh, this is what it's meant to me," which is lovely.
Yeah, it's been so good, because there was a couple on there who did both our softball course and our hardball course. They were sort of like, we're not sure if it's for me, and I sort of knew them through sort of club stuff, and I was like, you're going to be absolutely fine. They went, who's running it? Who's going to be coaching? I was like, oh, I'll be there. Like, all right, I know I'll be okay.
Yeah,
and
that's
like,
great, isn't it?
It's so nice, like, for me, that people feel confident that they'll know actually I trust the coaches and they're going to help me. And if it's not right, then I know that they'll tell me it's not right.
It's the known, it's the knowing the person. Yeah. That's also something perhaps that might have been a barrier to women and girls taking part. If they know, it's Lauren's going to do, so we want to go and do it.
And we're making sure that a lot, where possible, all of our women and girls stuff is delivered by female coaches as well.
Yeah.
Which make a massive difference.
Because back to that's right. Back to the ancient history again. When I was playing Derby in Derbyshire, Sue Whittam had us, as many of us as possible at Derbyshire, go through our coaching qualifications and go out into local schools. It was early work, but it did provide those role models. I like to think that some of those foundations are built on for today's team. But yeah. That it's the right thing to do, and knowing who your coach is and seeing a female coach makes a massive difference. Absolutely. It's that visibility, it's that belonging piece, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's made a massive difference, and obviously the feedback has been incredible. And everyone keep going, are you going to do another one?
Oh yeah, asking for more. That's what you want. People asking for more. There's a run there, so Falcons moved to 60 for 2. You want them asking for more, and you want them saying, "We've done softball. Now, what can we do next?" But going back to softball, we should, people easily dismiss the softball stuff, but it's really, really important. I remember going up to Nottinghamshire and seeing because they have these festivals, don't they, where they have 3 local sides and have a Sunday, and it happened to be Nottinghamshire. I won't mention that because it's a nearby county, but it was a great event. So you've got all the women and girls. You've got mums and daughters and grannies playing in the teams. You've got people, and then they've got all the spectators are getting involved, doing a bit of umpiring, or they're making a barbecue, or there's a bit of activation going on, and that what a great entry point. Yeah, and they don't have to go on; they can just play They can play softball and have an insight into the game.
It's such a lovely format, and it's brought so many, not just new players into the game, but new volunteers.
Yeah, that's the important bit, isn't it?
Clubs who do softball really well are thriving from a volunteer point of view.
Yeah, it's worked into the leg side and then get through for a single, 61 for 2.
And these festivals, like obviously in Derbyshire this year, I think we've got about 32 when they're all confirmed.
Wow.
Festivals we're going to be offering throughout the summer, which I sort of take a lead on. So it's going to be very, very busy. But we've got a lot of them have got waiting lists already. Like, people are just mad for it.
Yeah, I did in 2017. I did a bit of work with Sarah Guinan for the Warwickshire clubs, and just the enthusiasm. They've got T-shirts and running around. There's kids everywhere. It's great fun as that's played through square. It's racing towards the boundary. It's a little bit. It's going to get stopped up. I think. Yeah, it's going to get reeled in just with about a yard to go. But they get through for a couple of runs there at Derbyshire. Nicely played there past the square leg umpire for 63 for 2. Yeah, it just get yourself along is what I would say, and whoever you are, whatever shape, size, gender, whatever you are, get down there and watch it because the energy levels is amazing.
Oh yeah, it's absolute madness. Like, they're all so keen for cricket. It's amazing. Like, some of the conversations that you have as well are so good, and we've found so many great people through the festivals. I've been talking to a few people in the crowd today, obviously one of those days where loads of people, we've tried to make a big thing of it, try and get people to come in. You've got different people from different clubs sort of coming and asking you questions about, what do I do? I'm in the softball league, what do I do this year? And stuff like that. So, and I've been wandering around delivering league balls to people and stuff today. So
save the postage. That's what I like. A bit of efficiency as Pearson comes in again to Kenvin. Plays it up in the air. It's in a gap. They get through for a single, right behind the bowler's arm, and get through for 2, in fact. Good run in there from Derbyshire. Score moves on to 65 for 2. And that's the end of the 22nd over as well. Because you sort of skated over the volunteers, because it's almost more important that you get volunteers, and they could be dad's husbands, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever. It could be anyone, couldn't it? But having those, because as you mentioned, then clubs that have softball teams will have a better community, wider community, more people involved, something for them to do.
Yeah.
They're not, they're not waiting for the other halves of whatever to come back. They're actually involved in it. So let's promote that.
It's been great. The clubs that are doing softball really well are the ones that have got plenty of volunteers. And you see that when you go out and some clubs go, "Oh, we're struggling." We go, right, what other offers could you potentially put on? Who can you utilise in your club that you're not quite utilising as much at the moment? And a lot of that is your female membership, or trying to find them and sort of going, can you take ownership of this? And it's been great.
Ownership's really important, isn't it? People who are going to take stuff forward. That's is really important. Because I was struck by, I heard Baroness Sue Campbell talk about activation and women in sport. Come back to that in a minute. Let's have a little look at this. So Baroness Sue Campbell, she went into the Football Association. She's now working for somebody else. Anyway, she was working at the Football Association, and she said her 3 questions are: what do you do? What could you do? And what's stopping you? Always a big appeal. Jane Pratt's unmoved. There was another dot ball.
Hands on heads.
Hands on heads. 65 for 2. Yes, what do you do? What could you do, and what's stopping you? And I thought, what, they're really 3. And she used it. I mean, it doesn't matter that it was a football association because the questions are universal. And then she was taking the barriers out, basically, because sometimes people just need to be asked, don't they? As that goes around the leg side and it's signalled wide by the umpire.
And that's where some of the work that I'm trying to do is going to hopefully help break those barriers down, because you'll have seen it as well around the Women in Cricket network.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about
that I've sort of launched quite recently. We're very lucky that we're going to sort of make this bigger than we originally thought it was going to be.
Good news is bigger.
The good news is it's going to be bigger. But we know that there's lots of women involved in cricket who can be such great assets to clubs. But we know, and I know myself as somebody who hasn't always had the confidence to sort of go, I'll do that there are people that also feel the same, and all that they need is just a little group, a little
nudge,
push, somewhere where they feel
see someone else doing it
and safe.
Yeah, that's the end of another over. 23 overs gone. Derbyshire 66 for 2.
Yeah, to allow them to actually, through some of the work we'll do, like with workshops, guest speakers, trying to provide the confidence for them to actually go back to the club and go, I can do that. And it might just be, I can help out behind the bar, or they might find someone who's going to be the next chair of a club.
Yeah, or even if they say, I can only do once a month.
Exactly.
That's once a month that they don't have to find somebody else to do it. That's the thing, isn't it? Whatever it is.
So yeah, I'm really excited about it. We've had about 60 people fill in our expression of interest so far, which is really good. From a good mixture of people. It's lovely to see names on there that I've not heard before.
Yeah, because you want new names, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's played straight to Saskia Hawley. And there's no run. So if people are listening, how can they get involved in the Derbyshire Women's Cricket Network?
So currently we've got our expression of interest form on our website, so dcfcricket.com. It's on there. I'm in the process at the moment of coming up with sorting out the WhatsApp community group. So we're going to have a nice space for everybody to talk to each other, ask questions, and provide sort of get the updates from us about what is happening. And then I'm coming up with a bit of a schedule of what the year will look like in terms of workshops, speakers, like informal events that we can get everybody together. Both
because you want to offer them something, don't you? Having got them in.
Yes. So we're going to have some online, some in person to try and make sure we can capture everybody and people don't miss out. But we've got interest all the way from sort of High Peak all the way down to South Derbyshire. So it's a lot of people. But
it's a big old county, isn't it? I remember those evening league games as a long travel.
Yeah, trying to offer something that everyone can attend is always a little bit difficult in a county the shape of Derbyshire.
Yeah, but, that's right.
We're going to try our best.
So having attracted them in, then you're going to do a schedule for what's the kind of offer, as it were. And anyone can join in. Are you looking for any particular groups, or is
No,
it just everybody?
Any woman involved in cricket in Derbyshire. That could be somebody who's just a parent of their kids play, but they're going, actually, can I get involved somehow? It could be people who are already on their committees, but sometimes don't always feel as confident in their spot on that committee, or other people who feel like they can provide something to the network. So we've got a few sort of our female chairs from across the county who've signed up, who I'm going to hopefully be
a bit of a leadership thing there.
Leaning on them to help provide sort of some of their experiences and how they got to where they are. So literally anyone. Like, we want to reach as many people as possible and try and have as much of impact as we can.
Yeah, and guest speakers. We got any guest speakers lined up?
I've not got any lined up at the moment, but we have been talking to Rachel McKenzie, who obviously is involved here at Derbyshire a little bit as well, and she's got a very good network of people who we're hoping to sort of tap into, and we're going to try.
Because you want different aspects, don't you?
Yeah, we're going to try and go out and speak to lots of different people and see what they can offer. So we're really excited, and it's a nice little job for me to get stuck into.
Yeah, this is good. So what's big in the next short term then?
Short term, we're looking at.
That's going to be 4 runs off the bat of Kenvin. Derbyshire moved to 72 for 2, and that's the end of 24 overs. We're almost at the halfway point.
Yes, so at the moment we're looking at start of the East Midlands Women's League season is starting next weekend. So that's a big time for a lot of our clubs. We've got 60 plus clubs involved in the league, so it's going to be a busy period for them across all the formats.
It's only about eight teams when I played. That was the last century there.
So that includes softball, your Super 8s and your long format teams. So we're all going to be super busy there. Going to keep pushing our softball festivals, so hopefully sell them all out. That would be fantastic. And then our girls' league cricket starts pretty soon as well.
Excellent.
So we've got.
I am going to take a little break so that Freddie can, because I'm sure he's got lots of questions for you, and it gives me a chance to have a cup of tea as well. So so hold that thought, and I will just step out and leave you in Lauren Kenvin's safe hands.
Well, thank you, Claire, and thank you, Lauren, for coming up to talk to us as well.
Thanks for having me.
Derbyshire going along, plenty of energy in the field for Middlesex, but Derbyshire going along at a slow pace, but valuing their wicket, taking time out of the crease. Lauren, I'd love to know if you watched the Freddie Flintoff series, Field of Dreams, because I found that really interesting about, obviously the work he's done to try and get state school kids into cricket, and then launching a girls' team in the latest series, and how that all came about, because it was quite revealing about the barriers, and you were speaking to Claire about it. How big a factor is that harder ball at the moment, and how do you break that down? Because it was clearly a real challenge for these young girls. Yeah,
it's such a psychological barrier we've sort of found that there's some clubs where they deal with that transition really, really well, and sort of drip feed that hard ball experience in for the girls. But yeah, we find that there's not a lot out there that can help make the girls feel really confident with the ball. So it is a massive, massive barrier, but trying to offer sort of your intro courses for this sort of thing, and we found has worked really, really well, because they get to give it a go in a space with coaches that they know that they can trust.
Maiden over there from Davis, 72 for 2. And I think you had a Derbyshire women player at one of the sessions in the week. I saw. How was that? Because there was plenty of interest. You were signing autographs.
Yes, it was really good. So Natasha Allen came to our girls' festival. So it was a joint festival for our Chance to Shine Street and our Wickets hub. So it was a good opportunity for them over the Easter to sort of come together, play some games. They did a workshop as well, which Emma delivered, and it was so good. The feedback we got, they absolutely loved talking to Tash, and just hearing what she had to say, and she got really involved with the games and having that interaction. We're trying to be quite big on that this year, is trying to integrate it a little bit more, and use those opportunities for some of the women to go out and help us inspire the girls.
And it's nice for them because, I've spoken to them before and they're all they play down this role, I'm just playing cricket, I'm not the professional, I'm not the top level. But I guess if you're Tash Allen and you're going and doing that, you realise, don't you, again, actually, people look up to me and having the games here is gonna help that for these young girls.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that creating that awareness, and for these girls to then look at the women's team and go, well, I could do that. I could be there in a few years' time, and I could play out on this pitch. And I think that's what we want to show, that now, obviously, with the new sort of system that's in place, that there is that opportunity to represent your county at a higher level.
Got the Women's World Cup this year as well. That's so key. I mean, I've looked a lot about the Women's Euros in England, the Rugby World Cup last year in England, now the cricket, and what that's done to sports. You must be seeing that as a bit of an opportunity as well, just to have these eyes on the women's game.
Yeah, absolutely. We're trying to do some big sort of activation stuff around the World Cup. We're going to be looking at doing some watch parties as well for some of the games locally, so people can come together and watch some of the World Cup games. But we're seeing it as a massive opportunity to try and sort of inspire and sort of leave that lasting legacy for cricket, so you can see it happening. And then we can go, actually, you've watched all this happen on the telly. Here's what we're doing in Derbyshire and how you can get involved, and try and build on that and bring new people in, or inspire boys and girls to basically go to clubs and pick up a bat and a ball and go, actually, I'm going to give it a go.
How pleasing has it been to see, Derbyshire's women's team coming in line with the club? Because it was linked to the foundation before. What's that sort of process been like for you guys?
Yeah, it was a big change. I was playing for Derbyshire when they were under the foundation a few years ago, but seeing how everything, all the support, how it's more aligned to how sort of the men's team is running, I think it just shows how much the women's game is growing and how much scope there is for it to keep growing. And I think it gives them that platform to show that, look, you are as important, and I think that is really important.
Is there catching up for cricket to do when you look at sports like football, on the women's side and the Lionesses effect? Why is cricket maybe not quite caught up, and what does it need to do to sort of try and get in line?
I think it is. I think we're getting there. I think it's slowly happening, and I think a lot of the messaging around with the World Cup stuff as well is they're hoping that we can jump off of, like we did with the Lionesses, and jump off of their success and do the same with the cricket. But we're in a really interesting and exciting point for recreational cricket anyway, where a lot of things are starting to change, and we're starting to see so much growth, especially in the girls' side, which is then going to keep growing and growing and growing, and providing more opportunities, and sort of developing those offers to make sure that there is something for everybody, so that we can reduce that dropout, which happens at sort of 14 plus. Whereas that's where our roles come in at the foundation, of trying to work out how we can keep people in cricket a little bit longer.
That seems to be a real challenge for all, women in sport, doesn't it? That particular age bracket you've identified. And, we were talking about how in Tier 2 it's Derbyshire's squad average age, I calculated at around 18, because, you're quite reliant on students, because if you're unprofessional, as these two teams are, and you're going into the world of work, as this is Ariel on the onside, it should bring Kenvin 4 more. She moves into the 30s, 76 for 2. Why is that such a challenge, and why is that age so important to target, to make sure they stay in cricket, where boys would keep on playing?
Yeah, I think it's where it gets to that sort of age where other things become a little bit more important, and sort of girls end up having more things that are higher priority than cricket, unless you are absolutely ingrained into it, like I was, and I would play as much cricket as I possibly could, even through all my exams and stuff. But we're finding that if once you get to sort of your 13, if you don't want to play hardball, your only other option is to play women's softball. But then for a 13-year-old to be playing in a women's softball team can sometimes be a little bit daunting, because we found our average age for softball teams for the last year was like 41 plus. So it's sort of like a massive age bracket. So it's where we're trying to work out how can we provide something in that gap to bridge that gap between sort of your under 12s, girls cricket, which is sort of your softball, incredible stuff, and then that gap so that they can then go into softball if they don't want to play hardball. Some clubs do it really, really well and are really good with it. But they're sort of few and far between.
Before we let you go then, you've talked about so many events and so many ways to get involved. What is the best way if people are tuning in now, maybe mums and dads of cricket mad girls or girls who've maybe never picked up a bat before? How should they get in touch and get involved?
I think the best way is to check out our website always. So, as I said before, it's the dcfcricket.com. But if not, they can drop us a message on social media, and somebody in the team will get back as quick as possible. It might be me, it might be somebody else, but we will point everybody in the right direction to come and speak to us, and we can help point you in the right direction.
Fantastic. Well, a big year ahead. Lauren, Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Really nice to hear from you, talking to Claire as well, who's always happy to share her experiences, and that was a really interesting conversation. So, Claire, we'll get you back in. Lauren, thanks for your time. Much appreciated, and we will all shuffle round one.
It's great to hear that. There's so much going on in Derbyshire. What a contrast to the days last century at the beginning of this one as well, when I was playing in these here parts as Hawley to continue from the racecourse end. Derbyshire are 79 for 2, Porter on 9, Kenvin on 35, partnership of 52. We called for a partnership, didn't we? And we've now got one. Freddie.
Yeah, it's not been high octane stuff, hasn't it? But it's what Derbyshire need settling into the season in a game where, they are the underdog perhaps going into this one, and they're just taking their time. They're building an innings. Kenvin's played really well. Porter struggled to get going a little bit more. She's valuing her wicket. She's taking her time in the middle. That was really, really interesting to hear.
Fascinating,
from Lauren.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So much work going on, and actually, it's. Lauren's working on the pipeline, isn't she? As that goes straight to the point field and there is no run, and that pipeline is so important. That's why she won't know so much about these players, because her job is doing all the hard work, all the kind of recreational stuff, all the softballs and conversion from softball to hardball, all of those things that are really, really key to a success of a county. So yeah, it was great to get her insight onto that. It was brilliant. I really enjoyed that.
Anderson has just been bowled by Anderson at Old Trafford. I should update people for that.
Meanwhile,
Anderson
in Anderson news,
Jimmy Anderson just before the rains come back there. Derbyshire 262 for 4, trailing Lancs by 89 runs on day 3 as the rain has come back. But yeah, the barriers for women in cricket is really interesting to me. I mentioned that Freddie Flintoff series because it was quite eye-opening almost to see what some of the issues were. A whole other conversation is whites as well. And,
with the problem with the periods.
The period problem. I know in women's football, for example, Arsenal's under 21s, they play in red shorts rather than Arsenal's white.
It does make a big difference in terms of confidence.
And that has been a factor. I think Kate Cross has spoken about that before, as this might just reach the boundary. Is it held up in time?
Just managed to get that in, I think.
They'll come back for free.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont. A lot of the top players have recognised that this is an issue, and it's across all women's sports as well. I know some of the rugby teams have gone for darker shorts and things, which can give a little bit more confidence. And so back to Freddie Flintoff's thing. It was interesting. I heard Kate Cross talking about, because she was involved with the women's bit of that, this ball.
Yeah, it's on the leg side, and it's just flicked away for a single by Kenvin.
Because somebody said to her, "Oh well, what did the girls think when you turned up to training?" And she said, "Well, they didn't know who I was because these are women who've not been involved in cricket at all. So she was just the coach. They weren't kind of if she turned up to one of these sessions that Lauren's been organising, people would recognise her. She's a recognisable podcast figure, etc. But to these girls, she was she was just the coach."
Porter turns this square leg, no run.
But it is that, and all women's sport, that you were quite rightly asking, why is it? It's that 14-year-old, 14, 15-year-old. There's a huge dropout, but not echoed in men's and boys' sport. So lots of issues at play there. But the fact that Derbyshire are offering lots of different ways of getting involved is brilliant.
Nicely fielded by Golay, and sent back is Porter, and the run-out chances missed by Scarlett Hughes, who just took the ball wide of the stumps, threw it past what would have been off stump in the end. It was a difficult chance, but a chance all the same.
Maybe a direct hit or a better throw might have been in trouble there.
But yeah, great to hear from Lauren, and so much on. I love the idea of the World Cup watch parties for the Cricket World Cup.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what
I missed
needs.
that.
Yeah, we do all of this for football, don't we? We get together and watch, and it's that social event, and nice to hear that the Women's Cricket World Cup in England being treated the same way as watch parties, and really using that as inspiration. And talking about Tash Allen going down to one of the sessions, and how probably if you're Tash Allen, you're turning up thinking, oh, again, no one's going to care who I am, no one's going to know who I am potentially, and almost underestimating how much of a role model you are going down with these girls.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Whitmore driven back to her by Kenvin. She's played really nicely, hasn't she? The partnership is 57 between these two. Kenvin 5 fours from her 56 deliveries, 84 for 2.
So I know that you'll be excited about the Jenkins formula, which I don't know if you remember that. So I have this theory. It doesn't involve any wickets. It's just about literally I don't do numbers normally, but double plus 20 at the halfway stage. And for women's cricket, it doesn't work quite so well with the men because the trajectory is different. But in 50 over and 20 over, you can do it as a bit of a game, just a little game within a game. So I make it that Derbyshire are heading towards 164 would be their total. So if they get more, that means they've got a good second half, as it were. So that's thumped to mid-on. They get through for a single. That's another one for Porter. And Derbyshire Falcons 85 for 2. Kenvin on 14. Kenvin on 35. Porter on 14. 85 for 2 into the 29th over. That's doubled down in front of her. There is no run. So we'll see if that works out. I mean, we want Derbyshire to use all 50 overs. That would be the first moment.
Yeah, they'll be looking north of 180, won't they, ideally? And
hopefully. They'll be looking 200.
Power to come. Thackrell, Darlow, Beatty, Atherton, Gator, and then into the bowlers.
Yep.
Atherton, Gator, I did ask if there's any relation there to Michael. I don't believe so.
Don't think so.
You never know.
Kenvin getting caught in front of her stumps again. I've struggled with Saskia Hawley to kind of work out where the ball's going. I think she's getting some movement off the pitch here. Ooh, that's bold. That's bold. We're looking at it live, so it's a long way away from us. And Hawley gets another wicket. So that's Kenvin gone. And it's just as you were saying that she's starting to get herself
Whoa, don't put this on me.
Yeah, I'm giving it you. Kenvin goes for 35 off 60 balls. And I'm just figuring, let me just get that. So Kenvin, 35 off 60 balls. And that's 63 minutes, so over an hour at the crease, which was important for Derbyshire. 5 fours, also very important, because they took a little while to get going in terms of getting some boundaries. And then there was a nice period where Hughes was hitting out, and so was Kenvin. And now we're going to see, is this Rhea Thackrell coming to the crease?
No number on the shirt.
Yes.
So
She has no number.
You did say, yeah, they were struggling against Hawley a little bit, and she bowled some really nice lines, changed the flight up, changed the speed a little bit, and always kept the stumps in play or the outside edge. And Kenvin played well, some positive signs. She'll be disappointed she couldn't have stuck around and aimed towards that half century, but it means a first glimpse of Rhea Fackrell, the Yorkshire loanee.
Making a Derbyshire debut. That's why she's got no number, although we do have a squad number for her. Where have I put that? 77. So if she did have a number on her back, she'd have 77 on her back. Yes, loanee from Yorkshire. I know her from her Warwickshire Central Sparks days, although she has also played for Shropshire. And Birmingham Phoenix in 2021 and 22. She's from Coventry, so not too far away. And I have great hopes, having seen her play quite a lot for Central Sparks back in the day, in the regional days. It sounds like last century, but it wasn't. It was only a matter of years because it only started in 2020. So Rhea Fackrell, a useful all-rounder. So hopefully that's going to be a bolster for Derbyshire in all departments. Hopefully, as that's worked down the leg side. It might be a wide. I'm not sure if it came off her pads or a bat. I'm going to find out in a minute. I'm going to get a leg by. Yeah, 1 to the total. A leg by then. Falcons moved to 86 for 3. Porter on 14. Fackrell yet to get off the mark, although she's going to face the next ball of the next over.
Yeah, it's 2 exciting signings. I think you've got to press OK on the TV.
Do I have to do it on there or have to do it in here?
There you go, lovely.
Oh, look, my battery had run out.
Yeah, statement signings really, Duckworth and Fackrell, particularly Fackrell in that she was the highest wicket taker in the Blast in Tier 2 last year, now joining up with Derbyshire. So there are probably situations where if Yorkshire need them, and Yorkshire are playing on the same day as we were talking about the loan market, it's not like with football when you commit for a season, you can only play for that one team. It very much interchanges.
Yeah.
If it needs to.
Yes, and Rosa Simpkin, who is on the commentary at Glamorgan, was giving me an interesting fact. She thinks that she's found out that actually, if you play for several clubs, you have to do various sets of training, but you have to do it for every club that you play on loan for. I don't know if Rosa's got this right, but it's a great story. So you might end up doing the same course over and over again, but it's a little wrinkle in the system. So that's played to Riva Pindoria at point, and they're going to get through for a single. So Rhea Fackrell off the mark on her Derbyshire debut.
Yeah, Lauren Turner has replaced Alice Whitmore at the city end, where the grey clouds are slowly, the sun is trying to battle its way through, and it's still going to be quite cold, I'd imagine, in most sections of the Central Co-op County Grounds. A little hop at the start of her run. Porter 14 of 54, just drives that out to short cover, running around, lets the ball roll through to mid-off.
As we said earlier, it's definitely a big coat day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think the weather's changing much this week as well.
After that blip last Wednesday of sort of tropical weather for a day.
Sat in the garden doing commentary prep. It was lovely.
That was it. That was
music on. I just love eating in the garden as well. Something about that. Lunch outside. Yeah, it was glorious. It was like the day in pre-season where really early March, maybe like the 14th of March, and it was gloriously sunny. And I think Leicestershire had seen the forecast and they realised, actually, we're going to be brave. And they played a 2-day friendly. Just because it was so glorious for those 2 days in mid-March, they actually had a full game out of it. And then the week of all the other friendlies, it was horrible. As Porter drives back to the bowler, it's a crowd catch.
I just imagine this ring round. Quick. We've got chance for a game. It's decent weather for 2 days. Yeah, open it up.
There were a few interesting dismissals where the ball wasn't quite getting up as high as you might.
Pitch is not properly prepared. Yeah.
No, there were a few rolling along the ground, rather. Turner turns around again. Porter plays it back almost identically to the bowler. Run rate 2.9 and over.
Yes, it would have been an interesting dynamic if the toss had gone the other way and Middlesex had opted to bat as opposed to being put into the field by Derbyshire.
I'll run through some scores elsewhere after this delivery. Some runs at Wantage Road. As Porter defends out to mid-wicket, there's no run. So still no play between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan in Cardiff.
Yeah, because Rosa Simpkin and Kath Wilkins are on the comms there, so they'll be having a cup of tea and sitting waiting.
Down the road at Leicester, Sussex 97 for 4 against Leicestershire, and Northants going very well, 163 for 2 against Kent.
Aaron Vars is looking after you down there. I was chatting with him yesterday at Edgbaston.
Chloe Hill 59.
Chloe. Now she's another one who's got a lot of shirts.
Yes.
In her locker of previous teams. Worcestershire, Vipers, Central Sparks. Just off the top of my head without even.
Yeah, she played against Derbyshire for a few sides.
Yeah.
That's
right. Yes, she's another one that kept popping up. As Hawley continues, and that's carved straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Derbyshire 87 for 3 into the 31st over. Saskia Hawley, the captain, keeping herself on at the racecourse end. Oh, it's up in the air. Oh, it's dropped in front of the fielders though. We'll say that Rhea Fackrell just meant to put that into a gap there.
Yeah, edgy.
Edgy, yeah.
No one's really come to the crease and found their flow straight away.
No. It's played forward straight to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, struggling to really open the shoulders and really smack a ball yet. Perhaps we'll see some of that later as Hawley sends a point fielder right out to the boundary. She's got a lot of real estate there to cover. And then the ball goes down the leg side. And it's worked backwards of square. Fielder comes off the rope. They just get the 1. Another one to the total. 88 for 3.
Just
Fackrell on 2. Porter on 14.
8 boundaries in the innings.
Yes,
Claire. 3 of those from Hughes, 5 from Kenvin. Nobody else has found the fence. No 6s.
No. It would be a fair old thump, but saw some big ones yesterday at Edgbaston. What we're going to get later. Hawley to Porter. Wide Yorker, shall we say, with the spin. Flirting with the wide guidance line, no doubt. Dot ball. Oh, this is playing with a batter's head. She's sending out the point to the boundary and also the square leg to the boundary. What does that mean? Well, that means the person at long point has got a long way in from the rope to reel that. That's the end of the over. So 31 overs gone. Derbyshire Falcons women are 89 for 3. Middlesex, who were put into the field when Derbyshire won the toss earlier. And Porter on 15, Fackrell on 2, so partnership of just 4 because Fackrell's only just come to the crease.
I do wonder if today the aim for Derbyshire is almost take the result out of the equation and just bat 50 overs, especially if you've got all these new players playing their first game for Derbyshire. Just spend that time out in the middle, almost forget about the scoreboard, forget about the run rate, bat these 50 overs, put something on the board and almost see what we can defend because you know you're playing a good Middlesex side. But hopefully, maybe when it ticks over into the final 10 overs, we do see a couple players put their foot down, try and accelerate. Still a bit of batting still to come, but you do get the feeling it's all been about time in the middle today.
Yeah, and first game of the season as well. And so we shall see what we shall see. Game of 2 halves and all that. Football analogy for you.
Here's Davis
Ian
back on from the
Davis.
City end.
Mm-hmm.
The all-rounder bowling leg spin. She was the leading wicket taker for Middlesex last year in the One-Day Cup. Well, 2 maidens, gone for just 4.
She says her best figures were 6 for 5, and her favourite ground is Lords, which was on brand.
Porter works this one away to one of the 2 mid-wickets almost that are close in.
Yes, they have. They've got extra mid-wicket.
Must be a perk of play for Middlesex, the opportunity to play a couple of games at Lords every year now.
Yeah.
For the women's side. As Porter gets creative, there's an appeal from the bowler. Might want to see this one back. She was going for the scoop. I mean, she is one who, at 15 of 66, will probably be looking to find the boundary a little bit more now. She was getting inventive there. She can go to the sweeps and the reverse sweeps, the paddles. Now she just plays this pass short cover, and mid-off comes round to do the fielding. Single for Porter, Fackrell back on strike, 90 for free.
She was more confident than I was that was going to go underneath the fielder, because I thought if she reels that in, she's in trouble. But she was quite right. There was a run there. Some field changes. Deep cover point going out to the boundary. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket.
Fackrell 2 of 6, and we'll just defend this into the onside gently for no run.
We have got some spectators in.
Oh, it was nearly too close to cut. She does find the fielder out on the offside, and this might run away to the boundary. It just holds up on the grass, and they'll come back for 2 in the end. It was nearly calamity. For the
yes,
deep
calamity
cover
all
fielder.
sorts. Yeah. Well, Fackrell, as you said, left it very late to play that, and then nearly calamitous on the rope, but reeled in.
Oh, now there's an appeal. The umpire walking away completely unmoved.
Yep.
And that's the end of the 32nd over, 92 for free.
The shorter run-ups, they get through the overs a bit quicker, don't they? 32 overs. So Derbyshire in need of a platform here, but as you say, maybe it is that. The game within a game is let's bat 50 overs and see where we get to, and then bowl and field as well as we can.
Yeah, 200 looks a way off, doesn't it? But
yeah, even the Jenkins formula looks a long way from here, but we shall see. It's just a little sort of game I play with myself. Double plus 20 at the halfway. We'll see.
Time that there, Porter into the onside.
No, they've looked a little bit hesitant, haven't they? And I'm not sure if that's because they're hesitant or whether the ball's moving. Pace and spin that we've had. Pearson coming to this end again, racecourse end. She's been bowling all day. Running away from us with 18, written firmly on her back in bold lettering. Porter plays that backwards of square. There is a gap there. There's a fielder herring round who cuts it off quite neatly, and they get back for 2. Yep, 2 more to Porter as they edge towards a 3-figure milestone. Derbyshire on 94 for 3. Porter on 18, still to face Pearson. Middlesex have gone a bit quieter in the field. It feels a bit, they were very, very slick to start off with. It's hard to maintain that level of energy as Pearson comes in again. That's worked in the leg side, but straight to the short mid-wicket fielder, who then shies at the stumps, and Porter was in the way. I don't know if she got thumped there. She sort of gives a bit of a sideways glance at the short fielder there, Guy Goley.
She is quick, Pearson, isn't she? There's an extra yard of pace, and that's another good Yorker. She's wicketless so far.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, sort of slingy action.
Porter's still looking for her first boundary out there, 70 balls now.
Yeah. Oh, swing and a miss. Dot ball.
And all of Derbyshire's dismissals have been bowled.
Ah, yeah.
2 for Hawley and 1 for Turner.
Yeah, they've all really struggled with Hawley, haven't they? With the spin, which, as we said, is off spin, but looks almost like a leg spin action sometimes. But properly bamboozling them. Oh, it's up in the air, and that's caught. That's out, I'm afraid, for Porter, who has been very patient and scored 18 runs off the 71 balls that she's faced. She's been out there for 83 minutes, Freddie. But as you mentioned, it's harder to get big scores when you've not reached the boundary, unfortunately. But that's a shame because she felt like she was in and starting to look out a bit more. But Derbyshire Falcons lose their 4th wicket. But this one not bowled.
No, I cursed that as well.
I'm giving you that one as well.
A couple of leading edges, haven't we, in Porter? It was a long stay at the crease, some time out in the middle, but never found the boundary in those 72 deliveries. And we should see now the captain and Players Player of the Year, I think Coaches Player of the Year as well.
Adriana Darlow. Mm-hmm. So that was a relatively easy catch, stayed in the air for quite a while, and fielder got underneath it pretty quickly there, and Porter was caught. I'm just waiting for the. Do we know who she was caught by? We're waiting for the.
I think
scorers.
It was Trussler.
Yeah.
She's been.
Finty Trussler.
She got all the celebration. So, yeah, Darlow coming to the middle.
Trussler. Bowled Pearson.
And this is where Middlesex, if they can go bang bang here and really restrict Derbyshire, get into the tail.
Yeah, we were talking about maybe the differences between the tiers, and I think I'll probably say the exaggeration because Warwickshire do have they do really all bat because they often bat, but tier 2 sometimes struggle if 1 or 2 wickets go quickly. So let's hope for Derbyshire fans that isn't the case here. As you say, as the captain comes to the crease, Adriana Darlow. Ex-Yorkshire, of course. Comes forward. It's the pads. There's a big appeal. I think they're warming themselves up with the appeal more than anything else. 33 overs gone. Derbyshire 94 for 4. Darlow just to the crease and Fackrell on 4. So, yeah, I've got... she's a ballroom dancing champion.
Yes.
Is the other fascinating fact about Adriana Darlow, isn't it? So... we shall see what the captain can bring to this with the debutante Ria Fackrell. They're both... so Fackrell's got Yorkshire low knee and Darlow is from Yorkshire, so I don't know how much their paths have crossed, and that just shows that's my ignorance.
It's a big county as well, Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's a big county. Yeah, I'm talking about counties because Lauren was talking about county size, wasn't she? Because then you got a high peak right down to kind of Swaddling-Cote, etc. for Derbyshire.
Here is Davis, who's been very, very good so far. Wicketless, but 6 overs, 2 maidens, now 8 runs, no wickets. Yeah, I did a commentary at Buxton, which is right up there. That was back in November, an FA Cup game. Lovely up there in the Peak District. But yeah, that is the far edge of the county, isn't it? Derby, as the county city, is very south in the context of Derbyshire.
All the Peak District, very beautiful up there. Matlock, Bath, and all the
Peak, you must have played. So when you played around Derbyshire, you must have played up in the Peaks a couple of times.
Yeah. So.
Another half appeal against Darlow.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to think of them. People are going to be texting me. There was a team that played right up in the Peak, and it almost felt like we were going to Manchester when we played an evening league game up there.
You are right on the fringes of Manchester almost. As Darlow goes for the sweep, it's a wide down the leg side.
My mate Mad Dog, because we all had nicknames. Nobody had real names. I'm struggling now. Her real name is Anne Monaghan, but she played for the team that had an evening league side up there. Oh, another appeal.
Darlow struggling to get the ball away here from Davis, who was very economical.
So there's a team up there. Then, Ashbourne, Denby, Trinity and Dinting. That was a team up there.
Dinting's up near Manchester, isn't it?
Yeah, it was Trinity and Dinting, Derby, Denby. They all started with a D.
Davis.
Ooh.
Another half appeal. It's a pitch that seems tough to get in on and find your fluency. Quite a few shouts in that over. There's one ball left because there was a wide.
The skipper with some very bright orange backs of her spikes.
That seems to be the case at the final ball of the over. Fielders go back, so deep
That's the plan,
deep
is it?
square, deep mid-wicket on the
could
boundary.
be. Could be.
Tempting the big shot perhaps from Darlow, who just nudges this out to that deep square fielder, deep backward square. They'll race through for one. Darlow wants a
two.
second. Darlow gets it because they maybe went to the wrong end. Pippa Sproul's throw. And they end the over 98 for 4.
Well, captain's decided we're gonna go for this. 16 overs left. So what can Derbyshire get to? So first of all, we want those 3 figures, tithering on the edge of that, 98 for 4. We want 3 figures, and then we want to bat all 50 overs and see where we get to.
You're looking at 140 maybe?
Yeah.
At this rate, if they put the foot down, 150.
Yeah.
And you'd imagine somebody's going to come in and go for a little bit more, take a few more risks anyway.
You want them to. Certainly Derbyshire will need that. Maybe there's a feel that these two might have got the bit between the teeth as Frackle faces Hawley. Oh, puts it up and over. God, that was nearly a catch there for Reva Pindoria. She does a great dive, gets hands to it. They get through for 2 off that. God, that would have been an absolutely corking catch on the edge of the 25-yard circle there. It went at some speed, but she did get her hands to it. So a chance there for Middlesex to remove the debutante Rhea Fackrell. I don't know if we're going to get a replay on there, but it was a very good attempt. Oh, it's going out again. I thought we were going to give another chance there. That went through the sort of extra cover region. That's 4 runs to Rhea Fackrell off the bowling of Saskia Hawley. So having been, it was dropped because she got her hands to it, but it was really hard chance and she did really well with the jump. She then punishes them the next ball with a 4.
Yeah, here we go. Maybe this is the acceleration.
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
That's the replay of the boundary.
You're feeling the fuse.
Yeah,
the fuse
fireworks.
is lit now. This is it. We had some fireworks going off around Edgbaston. We assumed it must have been a wedding or something because it was daylight, so it was a bit of a waste, really. Very noisy. And Rhea Fackrell mining that slot that she's eyed up. And they get through for a single. Oh, potential overthrows there, but it's fine. It's backing up. So
yeah, two very near, very good catches, haven't we? There was one early in the innings that just disappeared past the left hand of one of the fielders.
Oh yeah,
very
down
early,
here. That's right. Yeah. It was a great jump from Reva Pindoria to match her name, which is very splendid. That's just a single. And Derbyshire have gone through that milestone. We were so busy talking, I've got to mention it. So Derbyshire Falcons are 106 for 4. And the field retreat at the end of the over. And I can't think that... Do they want one batter on strike? But I wouldn't want either of these two if I were Middlesex. As Fackrell bangs that one on the head. And it goes backwards of the wicket-keeper and they get through for a single. Last ball of the 35th over. Darlow to face.
9 runs in the over already. It's flying along.
Oh.
That must be the top scoring over so far, off the top of my head.
That's dabbed to point, but they're not going to get a run from that. So the end of the over. So there we are. 35 overs gone, and Derbyshire are 107 for 4. Fackrell on 13, and looking increasingly dangerous, hopefully, for Derbyshire fans. Darlow on 3.
Yeah, Fackrell is removing a layer, so she's obviously running enough out there to warm up a little bit.
He has no number for those people spectating because she's a low knee. Is this
That's the Middlesex photographer for Snood.
Give us a wave. The Middlesex photographer. He's well wrapped up. He's very...
Now Francis Lonsdale is running on to pick up that shirt that Rhea Fackrell left. And I like that Lonsdale, who is permanently a Derbyshire player, running out in her Yorkshire coat. She is the Yorkshire Academy product. So maybe it's just warmer because it's a Yorkshire coat, potentially.
Well, we talk about wearing hats. She's carrying coats. She's got 2 hats and she's now carrying a coat.
Davis then into her 8th over. Sunglasses on. Right arm over. And was that a chance? It's gone past her. Was it a chance to the caught and bowled?
I think that's a bit harsh. But maybe I wasn't watching well enough.
So he just gives that some flight. Fackrell can't quite get underneath it. It was nice and full in the end by the leg spinner.
It's tempting that sort of floating up, dropping at a nasty length. Good bowling here from Davis.
It's the best length to bowl in the Garden, I can tell you that. I haven't showed you our pitch in the Garden at our student house. It's if you're an off-spin, it's an off-spinner's dream. If you're a left-hander, I wouldn't even turn up for a bat because it's turning sideways. So early season conditions there. But me and Luke are often out there having a game. And
excellent.
It's a spinner's paradise. But yeah, if you give it some flight, you risk being whacked over into the road or into next door.
We had some discussion about, I think, garden cricket before because there is various people have changed their technique because they weren't allowed to hit the bins or the windows or whatever. Susie Bates says she never played. I can't remember what shot it was, but it was deemed a sort of no ball or something if you smacked a fence or a window, presumably.
Yeah, it does. Your childhood and your version of that sport. It's the same in music as well. You know, I think there's one jazz guitarist who he was never allowed to play with an amplifier. So his style was always to play as loud as he could because he could never play the amplifier because his neighbours would always complain about the noise, and then that shaped him. And cricketers have that as well. I think it's Dan Worrell at Surrey who had a tree in his back garden. So he'd have to run round the tree. So now he starts really wide on the left and then peels round. So everyone is shaped by those little things, which is interesting.
Yeah.
This is driven away out to point by Darlow for no run, 108 for 4.
Those quirky things. There was a woman who used to bowl for York in Yorkshire, and she had a really odd, and it was like round the washing line, over something, round something. My oh my! But I think she got her wickets because people were so kind of bamboozled by all the movement, all the odd movements that she did.
I think her garden must be mad. If you got, I don't think I'd be playing cricket in that garden. It sounds like there's too much going on.
Yeah. No, we had to try and invent that because we were. Well, why does she do that and then that and then that and then bowl the ball?
Someone's pointed out you could actually run straight.
Yeah. Points. Yeah. As that's driven back to Saskia Hawley off her own bowling. A dot on the Middlesex side. Derbyshire 108 for 4. Saskia Hawley in again. Right arm spin. Ooh, I thought Fackrell was going to give that the big one to go corner then. It only goes to long on and they just get a single. But she wound, I sort of sensed a wind up and then a change of mind as it went along the carpet instead. 109 for 4 of Derbyshire. Saskia Hawley just changing her field a little. She's sending Davis out to short third, bringing in a player to cover, as that's worked backward of square by Adriana Darlow, and they're going to do 2 because they've decided they're going to wind this up, I think, Derbyshire. Ria Fackrell even made an attempt at 3, but thought, that's a long way. Third run.
Well, they are slowly upping the run rate above 3 and over, and looking
bit of
north now, hopefully, of 150.
Yeah, a bit of experience at the crease, but Hawley's looked most threatening as the Middlesex bowlers. Darlow plays underneath the fielder for 4 runs. Nice shot there, straight back past the bowler.
Interestingly as well, Middlesex, Izzy Routledge, isn't it, the side? She usually, in the T20s, she opened the batting.
Oh, yeah.
With Finty Trussler, and those two shared that big partnership in the semi-final and the final with Middlesex. They didn't lose a wicket for the entirety of finals day, didn't they?
Did they beat Yorkshire?
Yes,
they did. Oh, it's going to be a wide ball.
I'll have scouts from Yorkshire now watching their players. They go, who's on commentary?
Oh, they just said. That was like yesterday. I had to stop Mike Perkins telling me that Lancashire won the Metro Bank and the Tier 1 last season. Oh, it's a risky run. It's a shot to stumps. Oh, it's just got in. I think. Yes, Jane Pratt says, she's got to do a bit of furniture remaking.
Darlow's lucky there because
that was a mad run.
She didn't ground the bat really early, did she? She tried to run in rather than diving.
Yeah, that's a risky biscuit.
Just got in time.
Definite risky biscuit. You wanted to see a bit of hoovering, a bit of bat down first. Oh, coaches will be having a word with her. Come on, captain, set an example. Skipper's got to set an example, yeah. Fackrell just dobs that down. There is no run.
I'm loving, how keen these players are early in the season. Every ball, even if it's the most guaranteed dot, somebody's halfway down the pitch trying to ask for the run. The fielders are running around with excitement. Everyone's pleased to be back out there.
Yeah, although they haven't quite got the fever pitch that they came onto the ground with. And the spectators are tucking into a bit of lunch. Oh, nice big thick doorstep sandwich. Oh, look at them tucking in there. Ooh. They've decided it's lunchtime, Freddie. What time is it?
I'm ready whenever.
Yeah, we're always ready. You look like a man who's always ready for lunch.
They are looking to bat through the innings, frustratingly. So we've been made to wait. That's the plan here. Make us wait for lunch. As Davis, I think she's going to bowl out here into a penultimate over of her spell. Darlow cuts away to point, who quickly does the fielding.
I think there was a split second where Darlow thought there might be a run there. No, there is not a run there because Riva Pandora is good at point. And he went straight to her. The sun shining off the back of the heels of the Derbyshire captain.
Davis, Darlow is sweeping in front of square.
It was a bit too far to fetch from there, wasn't it, really? Didn't get a run for that.
There's bright orange shoes on. Orange and white. So two fielders go back to deep square, deep mid-wicket. All the protection out, as Darlow can only work this to mid-wicket for no run. So just two fielders out on the boundary for Middlesex. As those dark skies, you look round now to Darlow's offside.
Oh my. It's been blowing from over there. We don't want any of that.
Rain has stayed away.
Ooh,
as Darlow is bowled, yet another bold dismissal, and Davis, who's gone for just 12 runs, now finally picks up her wicket and removes the Derbyshire skipper for 10, 117 for 5.
Oh, that was, yes. Bales flying, another bowled. So we've had one catch and then all the others have been bowled, haven't we? Although I think we nearly got a run out in that last over. It's been pretty close.
So not the start to the season Adriana Darlow would have wanted.
It felt like they were just about to, because Darlow came in like, let's run two, and Thackeray was, yeah, all right then. And the umpires come together for a bit of a chat.
Yeah, John Dyson is walking down the steps with, I think it's Prisha Beatty, who is going to come in at 7. And yeah, that's a good wicket for Middlesex to pick up there. 38th over. Derbyshire's starting to try and up the intensity a little bit, and they've got rid of the captain. So Prisha Beatty comes to the crease. Another debutant today.
Is it Bedai or Beatty?
Beatty, I think.
Beatty.
She's on loan from Essex's academy.
Oh yes, Essex. She's going to be perhaps showing us some of her off spin when we get into the field.
Yeah, there is a lack of left-handers in the
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
So I'm trying to think who's going to move the ball the other way.
And Derbyshire missing their left-handed batter, and Andrews.
Yeah, and she
England under-19s calls.
She's the only one looking down this side. Of course, Andrews in Australia, who would be turning the ball away from all these right-handers as well. So she is a loss. They've not picked Gemma Rose either, the leg spinner. But they do have seamers who can nip the ball around one way and the other. So 2 balls left in Davis's over. Beatty comes to the crease. High back lift. And just an inside edge down the pitch. 111 for 5. Mid-wicket goes out. And then the short mid-wicket comes in. Deep extra cover as well. Betty again inside half of the bat, straight to mid-wicket, end of the over, and wicket maiden for Davis, 117 for 5.
Get the scorers excited. You mentioned earlier about we thinking that Saskia Hawley is very good at setting a field. She also puts herself wherever the ball's going. Yes, lots of cricket now, lots of cricket smarts. Saskia Hawley. Do you get the feeling like she's got it all like mapped in her head? She's busy pointing in all sorts of directions and sending fielders backwards and forwards. Pearson to bowl. And I can't. How many overs has Pearson bowled so far? Oh, I'm looking at this. 7 overs. It feels like a lot more. This is into her 8th over. Already with a wicket to her name. Having bowled Porter. Caught Trussler. Pearson in again from the racecourse end. Rackrell awaits. Plays that to point, which they have done a lot of Pearson's bowling, one way or another. Dark skies looming over the city centre of Derby. Away to our right, looks like it's dumping some rain ahead of us.
It might
South
be coming
Derbyshire.
this way, some of those dark clouds.
Yep. Pearson comes in again. Played through the covers. There is a gap there that they've left at. There's a fielder coming off the rope to stop that. They're getting two more runs to the total. So, yes, Derbyshire will need Fackrell to be staying in now and really anchoring this debut innings of hers.
That was a nice shot.
In Tier 2 for Derbyshire.
We'll be interested in this score. Birmingham 0, Wrexham 0 at half-time. Claire, a bit
yeah.
of the Hollywood
Blue
derby
nose.
down at St Andrews.
Wow. Yes, all the VIPs, no doubt, and celebs in the exec boxes. Oh, there's going to be a bruise, a bit of a thump there. Dot ball. Yes, that's men's football. Oh, we're not going to talk about men's football today. Talk about women's cricket and women's football.
Birmingham City women doing well as well.
Yeah, Carol Carney.
Yes.
Ex-England. She's now invested, I think, in Birmingham City Women as well, and Strictly Come Dancing champion, of course. Oh, there's my lunch arriving. That's a dot ball.
Yeah, Birmingham City Women top of the WSL2 level in points with Charlton Athletics. So
this is good.
Looking to go up.
They do well for the fact that, in general, they don't have the resources of some of those teams that will play you at the sides that you are supporting and doing vodcasts and so forth.
They've had some good investment. I mean, some good signings, Birmingham City.
Well, traditionally it produced a lot of players because you. I'm trying to think of the women's name, but there are quite a lot of that went on to play for England, also went to play for other teams as well, including Karen Carney. That goes underneath the cover point fielder, Saskia Hawley, and they get through for 1. Nice shot there from Rhea Fackrell. Score moves on to 120 for 5 for Derbyshire.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see some rain soon. There's a few people looking a little nervous around. It's darker skies above. The cut-off time, by the way, 1:45, which will be no issue for the Middlesex fielders. They've only used 5 bowlers. They do have more options. I wonder if we might see anyone else turned to by Saskia Hawley.
There's a big appeal. The wicketkeeper's very excited about that one. Scarlett Hughes is jumping up and down. That's the end of the over. So 39 overs gone. Derbyshire are 120 for 5. Beddy. Yet to get off the mark, but Fackrell looking increasingly more confident. Hopefully I'm not going to curse her. On 18 off 27 balls she's faced. Partnership just in the early gestation period. Number 17 coming on.
Yeah, dark skies now. Davis. So Whitmore replaces Davis. Davis has 1 more over remaining. Whitmore, who's bowled from the City end, will do so again. That black tarpaulin over the seats in the what Dave Fletcher calls the permanent temporary stand. Here's Whitmore over the wicket, nudged away by Fackrell out to mid-wicket.
It's getting darker. I mean, we're looking through slightly tinted glass, but it's getting darker and darker.
The floodlights might be called.
Yes, I think.
I think the umpires might put the call in if that is how it works to get the floodlights on.
I think so. As long as someone's got a shilling for the meter.
Yeah, whoever's paying the electricity price.
Yeah.
It's 12.54.
Yeah.
Here's Whitmore again. Oh, that's a big shot. It's the first real sign of aggression from Fackrell. It's one bounce and over the fence. We've not seen a shot like that until the 40th over.
Oh, that was proper thumped.
Here we go, Claire.
This is it. This is it. Weather's coming in and she's decided that's it. We might not get 50 overs. I'm going to
That's another good point. Is you have to. You can't maybe wait till the final few. You have to get going a little bit earlier.
We've got a Duckworth, but we haven't got a Lewis and a Stern today on the pitch. But we might have a Duckworth Lewis Stern total to deal with if we get shortened overs.
Imagine if there is a game of cricket. You could. I don't know if there's a Stern, but there's a Lewis, as we know.
Lots of Lewis, Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, you could end up with a Duckworth, a Lewis, and a Stern. I wonder if that's ever come close to even happening.
Yeah, maybe Hypercoastal, if he's listening, might give us a tip off with that. Oh, and
now
again,
this is in the air again. This should be the end of Rhea Fackrell, and the catch is taken. We've seen a couple of those, the leading edges, where they've just not really connected. The ball's gone off in a different direction, and that is the untimely end of Rhea Fackrell, who just hit that big boundary. And she's just having a chat with Prisha Beatty about maybe her next steps, but Fackrell's next ones will be off towards the pavilion. She's gone for 22.
I'm taking the blame for that one. That was my fault. Sorry, Rhea. All those times I watched you play for Central Sparks. Sorry about that. But we like the big shot, and we like the nearly big shot, but unfortunately into the fielder's hands as Fackrell is caught. 22 off 30 balls. 41 minutes, 2 fours. We like that big last four, particularly. Up and over. They could have done with a bit. In fact, they could have done with a bit of Rhea Fackrell in the power play, couldn't they? That might have been a better... What do I know? So, 6 wickets down for Derbyshire.
Now
and the weather is looming, and we're getting some rain on the... Let's say windscreen, but the window in front of us. Not driving here.
I think they might be off soon.
Freddie's driving. I'm doing the navigating because I'm in that seat.
Olivia Baker is promoted up the order.
And they're coming off. The umpires are signalling.
She had just got on as well.
Yes, it's just like, I've nearly got on.
So the players are off for the first time.
That's the hover cover. Because for a minute I thought that was thunder then. So the hover cover is being fired up below us. So we're going to have a break. We'll keep you updated. So the score is Derbyshire Falcons under 24 for 6. Betty and Baker, who's only just didn't even get to the crease.
No, she was halfway there.
Are yet to get off the mark. So let's hope it's not a long delay. Any thoughts on that first bit then, Freddie?
Yeah, I think that maybe does explain why Fackrell had just started to go. She
hit
that big boundary, and that was, and the wicket again can impact the DLS. She'll be really frustrated. It's never nice to lose your wicket, and then the rain comes, and you have to sit and think about it even longer. We've seen maybe signs that the pitch maybe a bit too paced. We've seen 2 dismissals. The 2 court dismissals have both been from those leading edges where the ball's just not gone in the direction the 2 batters, Porter and then Fackrell, looking to send it in. So some bright moments in the innings from Derbyshire. This will be interesting to see if there has to be any readjustments with the rain, which seems to be ceasing actually.
Let's hope so.
But the hover cover is on, and as Claire Jenkins said, we will keep you updated. I don't think this will be the longest delay, hopefully, but there are still some grey clouds above, so we will be back with you, hopefully, in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground, where, as you can see, we are all set for a 4 p.m. start. Claire Jenkins, the formula is intriguing. Middlesex require exactly what Derbyshire have posted. Derbyshire posted that of 39.3 overs. Middlesex need it of 28 overs. Very hard to explain these sort of things to people who don't understand cricket. So that is the equation. It's a 6-over power play. 3 bowlers can bowl 6 overs, 2 bowlers can bowl 5 overs. Game on if the sun stays out.
I think it's best not to explain the Duckworth-Lewis turn.
No.
I like it to be a sort of dark art that is completely mysterious. Nobody really understands apart from Duckworth-Lewis and Stern, presumably. But yes, we have the coinkydink of the fact that it's exactly what Derbyshire scored, but in more overs. Not quite sure how that works, but there you go. We're hoping that the weather that we can see to our right is not moving in, because the ground staff have done a fantastic job here of clearing the pitch of a considerable amount of rain.
There's still some rain in the air.
There is.
I can see down now.
And that's the thing. They've prepared the wicket. It looks beautiful now. They've just marked it all out. They've rolled it. They've got as you can hear, the hover cover is being moved, but they are looking suspiciously over their shoulder that they might have to. They might have to go. Oh, yes, the rain is coming down again. Is he going to turn it round? This is going to be like the proverbial cruise ship. Can he turn it round? I think he might do.
I'm worrying here.
It's sunny rain.
Yeah, and I think they'll give it a go, won't they? They're going to try and start.
They might try.
But yeah, that's the equation. So Derbyshire posting 124 for 6. They were midway through the 40th over. A rundown through the scorecard. Duckworth 3, Hughes 20, Porter 18, Kenvin top scoring with 35, Fackrell 22, Darlow 10, Beatty Nortner out. Baker was halfway to the crease when the rain came. The wickets have been shared around, 1 apiece for Pearson, Turner, Whitmore and Davis, and then captain Saskia Hawley taking 2. And I guess, Claire, Derbyshire's strategy to try and bat long, bat deep and just value their wicket and stay at the crease, it paid off in the end, and maybe DLS has helped them out a little bit there. 28 overs. Obviously, DLS thinks that Derbyshire are going to go on and accelerate, and we weren't sure maybe if they were going to, and that wicket came at a good time. But they've got a decent score on the board. However, the rain now really is coming down.
It is properly. But it's bright. Yes, it's hard to know what Duckworth-Lewis do. I mean, it probably works better for the men's batting trajectory, because one would expect the men to just go in and bish-bash at the end. But I'm not sure that the women, certainly in Tier 2, are going to bat in the same way that DLS might predict. And
that's
they hear the sound of the hover cover coming back on and the ground staff coming back on. We were already there, weren't we?
I do fear if we're off here, that could be that for the day, because
they've got. I think it takes them about an hour to get it prepped, doesn't it?
So you've got to get everything back onto cover, then all of that's come off, and then the ground to be suitable again. And this rain is really coming down now. It's so frustrating because the sun is out, and coming through the clouds, and it's a nice sunny afternoon now. But the rain, I have a bad feeling, might put a stop to this one. And there, indeed, the hover cover coming out once again. We'll await any more news. Really frustrating, Claire.
The shot you've got there doesn't really do it justice in terms of, and there's the wicket. But as we look out the window, we've got the backdrop of some very dark, little bit of blue sky, but some very dark clouds, and it's really showing up how heavy. And we cannot convey that really. It is proper what's it in down here, despite the sunshine glimmering off the hover covers as they go back into position. Now, we were just saying that how frustrating that must be to get all of that ready, all painted up, all rolled and all beautiful and pristine and swept and all the rest of it, and then
everyone was good to go, weren't they? Middlesex were out warming up for a while. But yeah, the rain is coming down.
So one of the Derbyshire bowlers take a plastic one stump out with one ball. I was saying save that for the game.
We were getting excited.
We were.
But anyway, Old Trafford, Lancashire. Derbyshire got into a lead, which is good. The men's side. So Lancashire 2 for 1 in their response. They trailed by 21 runs. Mohammed Abbas bowled Luke Wells. Elsewhere in the Women's One-Day Cup, which I can pull up in front of me now. So Gloucestershire, that's a rain-shortened game, 38 overs aside. Gloucestershire reached 185 for 8. Glamorgan 36 for 1 in reply. There is rain at Grace Road, where Sussex are 152 for 6. And at Wantage Road, Northants 307 for 8. But Kent going very well in reply, 123 for 1. That's midway through the chase. So that's the game to be watching. If you do want a double screen or if you do have to leave us, there's some runs there at Northampton, everywhere else.
So Aaron Vars is looking after you down there. And if you are choosing instead to go and listen to the game at Cardiff, that's Kath Wilkins and Rosa Simpkin down there. My mates on the commentary there. So they're the people that are going to be looking after you. Now it's starting to get a bit thinner with the rain.
And the sun is beautifully coming in through our window into the commentary box.
So I think we might have a bit of okey cokey here, Freddie.
Yeah, and you know what the problem is, Claire, is I've written down on my notepad, Middlesex need this, this and this, and we both said to each other we shouldn't do that because they won't get back out there.
Don't ink that in.
We might well lose a couple more overs if we do get out there. The umpires are still standing down the bottom of the pavilion steps.
I was listening. We can just about hear the walkie-talkie to the scorers in the thing next door, and the umpires were saying, the thing is, every time we go out to inspect, it rains again. So I think they're a bit scared to come out now.
It is that sort of day, isn't it, unfortunately?
Poor old umpires, yeah. Amy Coyne and Jane Pratt, they keep coming in and out, chatting with the ground staff. They've still got it running, so I think, and it has got significantly lighter.
It's almost gone now.
So I think they might be thinking about taking it off.
There's 2 fielders still practicing their catching.
Yeah, Derbyshire's still keen.
They
want to get the steps in, get the training in. It was a good catch there as well. Save that.
The crowd is rather
diminished.
emptied. I mean, it's been a long gap. What time do we come?
There are some hardy souls in the Monarch stand over there, undercover, needless to say, and there are some underneath. What do we call this pavilion?
Lancashire are 2 down. Mohammed Abbas for the second. But there is cricket in Manchester. There is no cricket in
Derbyshire men doing well up in the 4-day game. Well, they are in the first few overs at least.
Yes, umpire Sue in action.
Yeah.
Is this from her end as ball? It was, yeah.
Sue, yeah.
This is an easy decision. Edge to second slip. Caleb Jewell taking the catch. Mohammed Abbas has 2. So the umpire's still down on the steps. Those 2 Derbyshire fielders still catching. The rain has gone. I am an optimist, Claire. We both are, but I just can't see a result today. I having seen the forecast, I just think if they do get out, they're going to go off again, and it's a real shame.
Let's get them on, though. Let's get the game on, Freddie.
And first game back as well after the long winter months.
They'll be keen to get the rust out of their legs. They will be. Frustrating. I mean, the fact that the hover mower is still... The hover cover, rather, is still fired up, as you can hear in the background, grumbling away. It looks like the ground staff are checking weather apps as well. They're checking their phones. There is the said hover cover, gleaming with the rain that's been on it. It was just ironic that they were literally just walking it off. As the skies emptied.
So then that Derbyshire first innings. Lauren Kenvin, 35 runs. Impressive. What else stood out for you overall?
Let me have a little look back through the scorecard. I mean, the openers started, as we described, in a patient way, shall we say. So that sort of felt optimistic to start off with, but they weren't pushing on. Here comes the hover cover coming off. So, yeah, they started patiently, and you think, well, this is good. Start patient, 50 overs, then get on with it. And then Hughes went, and then Porter came in, and then Kenvin did all right. And then I wonder whether that, I mean, if we do get play, whether that 6 of Rhea Fackrell's may actually tip some sort of balance, because having that big score back at the end.
Yeah, and then she was dismissed, wasn't she?
And then she hit another one up in the air, but for an easy catch, unfortunately. But the one was the only really aggressive shot we saw in the.
It was the only thing aerial that cleared the field, wasn't it? Everything else was taken.
And we were saying that they could have done with a bit of that in the power play, where they were trying to find gaps that there weren't, basically, in the first 10 overs of the Derbyshire innings. So they've nearly got the hover cover off the pitch. So let's be optimistic, Freddie.
Here we go. Hover cover coming off.
Yep.
A few players have made their way on the stairs of the Elite Performance Centre. The umpires just walking to greet each other and have a chat on the stairs. Everyone is ready to go and back on.
Yep. We're ready, they're ready. The ground staff have got the hover cover off. I just need to put the stumps back in and we're away.
Well, that was quick.
Come on, the weather gods.
Well, the cut-off time is 5:50. It is 4:05 at the moment, so there's not loads of time for a game.
No.
Whether we lose more overs, we will.
I think they were
keep
sort
you
of
up to
saying that
date.
there could be a 10 over bash at 5-ish. But
Right, we have a new equation.
Oh, yeah, new equation. Tell us the new equation.
119 of 26, so we've lost 2 overs.
Oh, that was careless.
And the run rate
Down the back of the
increases up to
sofa.
4.5 from 4.4. So, and that will change things in terms of who can bowl and how many overs they can bowl. That's the sort of maths that I am just not going to bother with. We will commentate on what's in front of us. Here come the umpires at the Central Co-op.
You've written
county
those
ground.
numbers down, don't you? So you know those numbers.
So
I'll
before
write
it
them
was
down.
3 would bowl 6, 2 would bowl 5, but now we have lost 2 overs, so I'm not sure if that will.
What was the total again? Just to
Total, Derbyshire total 124. It's now 119 needed out of 26.
That's the key, isn't it? That's the big number. 119 total for Middlesex to chase this down, which feels a bit more even in a sense that it felt like getting the same score as Derbyshire got in a lot more overs. Just felt a bit odd. I goes, that's the beauty of stats, and I don't understand numbers, so that's the end of that. So 26 overs then. Let's hope we get them in. The umpires have taken to the field. Jane Pratt closest to me, and Amy Coyne the far end from our commentary position. They've got the gloves on, so it's obviously cold out there.
Well, they're walking over, and the stumps are going in.
Yep.
So now let's have some
Let's get on
urgency,
with
please.
it.
Let's get out there,
Yeah.
because it could not be long before the next shower comes in. That's the problem.
What we did talk about, though, was Middlesex's fielding to start off with. They were properly fired up and like they're on some sort of energizer thing. They were very well drilled. Saskia Hawley clearly knows how to marshal her troops into brilliant fielding positions for her bowlers, which was really impressive. She also put herself in some positions to take catches and things. So.
There was
And they did. They were very attacking with their fielding.
Yeah, it was the short cover, wasn't it? The amount of shots that were played nicely through the covers, and they were cut off. Where actually the shots deserved boundaries, and Middlesex's fielding in the ring was really good. And yeah, it is a different opening pair. Jess Cooser is doing her day job with Notts men, and then Lara Shaw we've seen in her protective boot on her right foot. So that whether they go back to that opening pair will be interesting. When they're both available. Of course, Militia Tennakoon, Maria Andrews not available as well. As a few players pose for pictures.
We should say, but good news for Andrews and Tennakoon that they are off with the England under-19s in their tri-series with in Australia, with also joined by Sri Lanka. So the three nations playing out an under-19 tri-series, which is great opportunity for Maria Andrews and Militia Tennakoon.
I wonder if that's in Northern Australia. I haven't read up on it. If it's in, because they've had the game at Darwin, haven't they? And
Oh, that is.
I think they're playing a series up in the north of Australia, but because they're really looking into that, the fact that actually you can play cricket all year round with this, because Australia is so big.
Lots of hot places.
Darwin, Cairns, I think, before Mackay as well.
Oh, Mackay's. I've been to Mackay. It's very it's north sort of Queenslandy. It's a nice arena there, and they get good support for what is a sort of outstation, as it were. It's like it's bigger than Market Town. It's a small city, I suppose, but it's very warm up there, as is Queensland.
Right, here we go. Here come the teams. Here come Derbyshire in their blue, and the two Middlesex openers, Reva Pendoria and Abby Wybrow by the looks of it. And we have a game on. So a reminder of that equation. Middlesex need 119 to win, from 26 over. It's the opening game of the Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 here at the Central Co-op County Ground in Pretty Cardy. Alongside Claire Jenkins now, the umpires are saying, come on, let's get a move on. The teams are trying to... Derbyshire are going into their huddle, and the umpires are saying, let's be quick here, let's get the game on, which is exactly what they should be doing, because there's no point standing around doing a team huddle. Let's get on with the game here before the showers come again.
Get your warm-up running on.
Never understood team huddles when you have dressing rooms and you'd think everything would be said in there. But that's probably more of a football thing, I guess. I guess, yeah. Claire, when the equation is constantly shifting, as captain, as Adriana Darlow, do you have to keep on your toes when maybe everyone else is relaxing a bit in the dressing room? Do you have to be thinking that little bit more?
I guess they must have to be, really. And I think everyone wants to get it on, but also the umpires have got to do recalculations if everything, if things happen again. So they've, it's done in great detail in terms of how many overs, how many bowlers get what overs, and all the rest of it. So having done all of those in the same way that the ground staff have got the ground ready, so the officials and the ground staff have done their job, and now we need the players to take to the field. We've got the Middlesex batters in their beautiful pink and navy quartered kit. Derbyshire in their lovely sky blue. If we could have any sky blue above us, that would be really nice. But yes, let's get on with it.
Yeah, I've seen more urgency before at cricket matches.
Yes, that would be a good.
That would be slow.
That would be a polite way of putting it. Yeah.
So Pindoria and Wybrow coming out, and particularly for Middlesex, who will feel they're one of the contenders to go and win this division. You think they'd want to be getting on with this a little bit more. A point for Derbyshire on paper. It's a good result considering they didn't pick up a single one in this competition last year. But hopefully the rain stays away. We want a completed game of cricket.
We do.
And Olivia Baker is going to take the new ball from the city end.
That'll be you then.
That is, yes. So
she's Liv, isn't she? Yeah.
Yes, they've gone with
Liv,
Liv, so I'm going to...
Oh, there she is, smiling at us.
Graphics looking good. Well done to the team.
Nice graphics there. Team.
And, Baker, number 42 on her back. And Pindoria opening up. So, Middlesex, 119 to win from 26 overs. I believe it's still a 6-over power play. If it's like 5.4 or something, that's going to throw us off. So, we'll keep an eye out. But the two fielders are out on the onside as Baker comes in and nearly chopped that on there, did Pindoria, playing it down in front of her eyes. So, the fielders out deep square and a very wide, deep, fine leg.
Only two are allowed outside the 25-yard circle in the women's game. The men's game has a 30-yard circle, and the numbers inside and out are different. But for this game, two fielders out.
Here comes Liv Baker again down the leg side, called wide by umpire Coyne.
That was a shame because it was a nice length, just the direction not quite right. Derbyshire want their bowling attack firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, let's see if Baker can get her first wicket as a Falcon. It's turned away down to that wide, fine leg on the boundary coming in.
Lauren Kenvin joins from the Warwickshire pathways.
She looks a little chilly, Kenvin, walking in there. And
maybe she hasn't been given a jumper yet.
Ella Porter out at deep square, just jumping around as well. Still probably not very warm out there, but the rain is staying away. The sun trying to come through the clouds. Another
good bowling.
Yeah, solid defence, solid line, and every dot ball matters. The rate required. Always keep an eye on this. 4.6. It's climbed marginally. But, Claire, they do have batting to come. Saskia Hawley, Finty Trustler, after Pippa Sproul as well. Scarlett Hughes, the wicket keeper. Hawley and Trustler, they stand out to me as the names you're going to need to get out to win this if you're Derbyshire.
There's a bit of indecision there between these two openers there. They looked at each other, almost daring each other to take a run there. Abby Wybrow, let's go and have a little chat.
We saw some thrilling finishes in Tier 1 yesterday, particularly down at Taunton as well. A game that was.
Oh, yeah.
Got to love a low-scoring 50-over game as it's defended into the onside.
Yeah, Somerset got Yorkshire all out for 170. I want to say 870 odd anyway, all out within about 30 overs, 30 or so overs. And then Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff gets a single. It was in the sort of 46 over, but on that last.
Yeah, she tried to smash it down the ground.
And then wins the game.
Defended again, very watchful. Wybrow this time. Yeah, they had their chances to win it as well, Yorkshire,
did they? I didn't see any of the play.
A couple of drop catches in the highlights. So 2-0 loss after 1.
It was closer than it should have been, given that they got them all out for 170 odd. Let's put it that way.
I imagine this is Rhiannon Nolan Davis. Or no, it's the number 16, Lauren Kenvin, who's come on.
Yeah. She said she looked cold, so perhaps she said, can I have a bowl to warm up a bit? So we had an early lunch because we had a rain delay here. That's why all the numbers are all changing. That's why we keep on about how many overs and stuff we've got.
Good lunch as well.
It was very nice lunch.
Pleased at that.
Thank you very much, Derbyshire.
Yeah.
So, Kevin.
Yeah, she's trying to.
You can see how windy it is.
It's going to be a wide run up, isn't it? Look at where she's placed her mark.
Unless that's just out of her eye line, maybe she's. Here we go. Right, Kenvin in. Bit of pace. Oh, not a bad line there either. That's worked to the leg side. The fielder from deep fine leg comes in and fields that. They just get a single, so another one to the total. Middlesex 3 for no loss.
You can see the moisture on the outfield, can't you? That ball is going to get wet.
We were watching them take the sheets off, weren't we, on the side, and even with that you could see the water leaking out towards on the outfield. They've had the super supper on as well. Kenvin in again. Banged in, and Wybrow didn't quite know, only just managed to get that underneath her nose and out of the way. It was a good line because we're almost behind the bowler's arm here, aren't we? So
looked like it nipped back in.
Line.
There's a little bit of shape there for Kenvin.
There will certainly be some overheads, shall we say, with the clouds dancing above us. Pigtail flying. Oh, it's up in the air. Oh, and dropping into a gap. But Wybrow's really struggling with Kenvin's line here and length. So this is encouraging signs for Derbyshire.
Yeah, only a silly point is going to be in the chance of taking the catch.
Yeah,
you know when the bowler...
to be a lot closer for that sort of edge.
Yeah, we get excited, but when the bowler's not actually moved, it's falling short. But yeah, it's a good start. They've got Darlow in at slip, and the 17-year-old taking the gloves, Matilda Atherton-Gator.
This is excellent news. And again, another good line and length. This is troubling the Middlesex batters who really will want to get on with this, just in case there is any other weather on the way. I have encouraging news though. The corner that you can't see, Freddie, looks is blue sky and
squinting,
little feathery clouds. So
the nasty clouds around to our left.
Yes,
and moving towards Nottingham.
Where they need.
So that's fine.
Well, that's a bonus. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Well, the other ones have been good. So
yeah,
a loosener, shall we say? Into the second over. Shortened power play because we've got a shortened game here at the Central Co-op County Ground, Derby. Listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins, former Derbyshire player, and Freddie Cardy. Banged in, played out through covers. They're going to be a chase on there, but I think it's going to be 4 runs. 4 runs for Wybrow off Kenvin, taking the total on to 8 without loss for Middlesex. The number that they're aiming at is 119. Shortened overs here. So, the last ball of the second over. After which there will only be 24 overs for them to get this 119 runs. Right arm over. Good, down the leg side. Good length, but just the wrong line. And another one to the total. Yeah. An extra they can hardly afford, really. Already 4 of the 9 are extras, which Derbyshire need to tighten up, but at least it's something that they can tighten as Kenvin comes in again from the media end, racecourse end, back past the bowler. There's a lot of diving behind the stumps and they get a single. Just the one then. Moving on to 10 without loss, and that's the end of the second over. 24 more to go. They need 119. That's the magic figure for Middlesex to chase down in the shortened game, rain-shortened game.
A nice delivery from Kenvin, that to end the over, and a really nice punch down the ground. And the fielder's able to slide across the wet outfield.
Yeah. Whether the wet's going to slow the ball up or make it slicker and it's going to reach the boundary easier, we shall see.
The sun
The
coming in
umpire
now.
is chatting with one of the batters, with Wybrow. What's the conversation about, do we think?
You will know more than me.
I don't know, no. I'm hoping to feel that. I don't know. What could she be chatting about? She's gone back to her mark, so I don't know what that was.
2 off Baker's first over. And she continues from the City end. 10 for no loss from 2. Baker goes full, worked out to mid-wicket, nicely fielded, and no run. Down on her knees is Beth Slater.
Ex of Yorkshire. Good stop there, because she's guarding quite a big area there, and in fact they're going to reinforce that, as if to prove my point. Taking Captain Darlow is going into that
She moves
position as well.
out of slip. And there's maybe a feather. They'll come through for 1, probably a bye. Derbyshire will hope a bye, and it is going to be signalled by. So relief for Atherton Cater behind the stumps. Didn't look like an edge, but...
Oh, look, we've got sun now and shadows and everything, Freddie.
It's lovely out there now.
Yeah, what were they moaning about? Get on with it.
And there's no sign of clouds coming from that way either.
No,
so
good news.
A little bit wider and off stump. Driven to Betty.
Good stop.
There's a couple of cover and short cover in there.
Yeah, keep that ball up off the wet.
You do see that more in the women's game, don't you? They try and pack the field on one side, often the offside, to just try and stop those boundaries, try and force the error.
Yeah, and tempt them into trying to hit across it and off to cow corner, etc.
Oh, now there's an appeal from Baker. The umpire keeps her hands down, and the ball running away. It won't get to the boundary. Porter comes in to do the field, and they get back for a couple. Now we'll have a look at this on the replay, hopefully.
It's a leg by signal by the umpire. We're going to see we don't always see a replay, do we?
Phoebe, over to you. Here we go.
Oh, we go.
Ask and you shall receive. Baker. Yeah, missing leg stump for me.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure.
It's one of those, if it's probably umpire's call, leg stump at minimum.
We have the technology for the live stream, but we don't have all the other stuff that goes with the DRS.
So 2 leg byes there. This is defended as Darlow runs in, finds its way out to mid-on. So Pindoria, who was named in the Saka women's squad this year. Don't know if you saw that,
for the
inaugural
South,
Saka squad.
South Australian cricket. This Dr. Tom Brown, I'll come back to my connection to Tom Brown.
Baker to complete her second over, and it's just defended. Yeah, their inaugural women's squad. The men's squad has been so successful. So yeah, great to see that them launching on the women's side.
It is good. So Tom Brown's mum and I played. We were tennis partners, doubles partners at school. Tracy was Hawkins, is now Brown. So I feel almost related to Tom Brown of Saka. I saw him a couple of weeks ago. I was fortunate to be asked to chair a panel at Lord's for International Women's Day, and that's where I heard the Sue Campbell questions. What do you do? What could you do? And what's stopping you? And Tom was there supporting his partner Marie Kelly, who's doing those hats with the ponytail holes in them. Caps and so forth. She started her own business with that, so they were both there promoting that. That's a dot ball. It must be warm. Freddie's taken his
I
coat
know,
off.
It's lovely. The jumper might follow.
I took my gilet off.
Yeah, the sun comes in this window.
Yes, getting a bit warmer in here, which is nice. Kenvin, great line again. I'm liking the line here. When she's not strained down that leg side, it's a nagging length as well.
If you want the window open, I can climb up.
We found out how to work.
We do.
We had to have it mansplained to us, though.
Marsden-splained.
Yeah, Marsden-splained. Yeah, thank you, Henry.
Hen-splained.
He's not paying any attention.
Can't hear him.
He's busy looking at the men's cricket. Kenvin in again, right arm over. Oh, down the leg side, worked behind square. There's a fielder there who's going to cut that off at fine leg. They're just going to get a one. That was easy one for Wybrow.
She just veered down the leg side a couple of times. Got a couple of wides.
It's tempting though, isn't it? Do you think, as it goes down that side, you think, well, it's off target, but it's definitely not going to bowl me. So shall I have a little go at that? Because players like Katie George, for example, would just have a smack at that. Yeah, you see, I'm not quite sure. It's not. That's a wide.
Yeah, and these do add up now.
We were talking about this, weren't we, over lunch, about the differences between Tier 1 and Tier 2. And Freddie made a great observation about that potentially one of the big differences is the batters are that don't play enough cricket to move their feet enough, because we didn't see much foot movement. And I think that was probably partly to blame for some of those wickets for Derbyshire. But who are we to say? And the coaching staff are much better placed for us. That was a dot ball. As that's defended out by Pindoria.
Early season as well, when you're finding your rhythm, I think that's a factor.
Once you get the confidence and faith in the pitch, etc.,
and
you can start moving your feet a bit.
Most of these players playing on this pitch for the first time. Middlesex didn't play here last year. We've got all these debutants.
9 debutants, did you say?
8, yeah.
8 debutants. And that's flicked into the leg side. And the player has to go a long way round to field that back again. So just a single, easy single. Middlesex move on to 16 without loss. The magic number for them is 119. So their first target is to get to the point where they only need 100, I guess. Get the 20 and then the 30 and then the 40, etc. Kenvin in again. Great line again. And a nagging length. And that's just played down in front of her by Wybrow, ex-Western Storm and Gloucestershire player. New to Middlesex. That's the end of 4 overs. Middlesex 16 without loss. Pindoria on 1 and Wybrow on 6.
Derbyshire's first boundary came in their 6th over. Middlesex are boundaryless in their first 4. So both teams just taking their time, finding their way. As we said, Middlesex plenty of batting to come. Pindoria 1 off 9, Wybrow 6 of 15. The partnership though is 16, 9 extras. That's a big number already.
It is.
So this is cut into the offside. It's a misfield, I think, by Duckworth, one of the 2 Yorkshire loanees with no number on the back. And just those bits, I don't recall Middlesex bowling many wides. And I know a lot of these extras have been leg byes as well, but they've got to be tight, Derbyshire, throughout this innings if they're going to try and win this one.
So 16 extras in the Middlesex fielding innings.
There's another. That's into double figures for extras. We're only in the 5th over. Although maybe leg byes shouldn't count. It's wides that tell you more.
Yeah. Atherton Gator is hoping that one of those, if it does go down that side, gets a nice thick edge. And she takes it down the leg side. She's moving quite nicely beyond the stumps there. Ex-Staffs player. Matilda Atherton Gator with the gloves on. Fielding the ball back in the sunshine here at the Central Corp County Ground at Derby. We're sat at the racecourse end in the commentary position. We've got a good position up here.
Certainly,
fairly close to the plane. Just looking down on them.
Middlesex needing 101 more to win. As the ball's defended back to Baker, who's bowled really nicely, gone for just 4. 2.5 overs.
Encouraging signs for Derbyshire. First game of the season. I mean, a little bit stray on line, but the length has been right. Just the direction I wanted to.
Another one onto the pads, too straight, and worked out to Porter, they think about 2. In fact, it's Fackrell out there.
Fackrell out there, good throw back to the
square.
wicket-keeper, yeah. Yeah, it's windy, a bit windy still. Sunshine, no.
Another one flicked out to that fielder at deep square. Another single.
Ria Fackrell getting warmed up, getting her miles in for Derbyshire on a debut.
Yeah, how long before they turn to the spinners? They have, of course, Snelling, Davies and Slater, the primary seam options, and then Beddy, Darlow, Fackrell. All off spin though, Claire. There's no one who turns it the other way. That's my slight worry because it's all right-handers in this Middlesex lineup. But we saw the Middlesex spin cause problems. Find a ball of Baker's third over. Out to that squarish mid-wicket.
Unless they use Scarlett Hughes, who's left-hander. So that might be handy if she comes in. On that off-spin. That's the end of the over.
20 for no loss.
5 overs down. We think that the power play is about 6, but it
Yeah.
was 6. But then when we lost a couple of overs with the Okie with the hover cover.
Bowling change here from the racecourse end. And it is Beth Slater who does come on.
Beth Slater, ex of Yorkshire. Bit more seam attack. Blonde ponytail. Warming her arms up. Oh, that's the end of the power play. We're just signalled by
So 5 over
Jane
power
Pratt. So that
play.
was 5 hour play. So that's now the fielding restrictions taken away. Ooh, little slash on that one. That's a sort of wide Yorker, and Pindoria takes a little go at that, but manages to miss it.
So no boundaries in the power play for Middlesex. Derbyshire
No.
won't mind that.
No, I'll be happy with that.
Run
And
rate
they're,
4 and over.
yeah, they are pretty much threatening coming in. Worked just into the leg side, but there will be no run, only just nibbled out there. Or accidental almost into the leg side, which was a word that Freddie realised that I'd invented yesterday at Edgbaston. I didn't even know I'd done it.
I think I can use that more in day-to-day life as well.
Yeah, accidental. It's played to cover, and there is no run.
I accidentaled my cooking, you know.
You must be a good cook, though, aren't you,
No,
Freddie?
no.
Are you not?
Well, in my house, I'd say I'm up there with the best, but that doesn't mean much. There's
Is
a
it a low
variety
bar?
of abilities, I'd just say that.
Slater in again to Pindoria, who leaves that one, and it is given a wide by Jane Pratt. A lovely nod to the scorers, and we're in the box next to us. Terry Tinsley and S. Marshall Clark sorting out the numbers for us. So that's played through point. She gets a hand to it, which I think takes most of the energy off it. But they're going to get 2 easily from that. 2 more to the score. Middlesex move to, just waiting for the scoreboard to update. Is it going to go to 25 or have they already done that? 23 for no loss. Aiming at 119 they're going to need. That's going to be a wide. Another one, those extras.
Yeah, this could cost Derbyshire.
I mean, it's acting as a third batter at the moment.
It's the top scorer.
It's yes, and it's his top score of 12 extras, I'm afraid. As Slater comes in again. Oh, there's another wide. Oh, somebody needs a quiet word now.
Yeah, Nolan Davis is walking over to talk to her fellow seamer, looking for Darlow, the captain. She's at a short mid-wicket. But yeah, Nolan Davis, Darlow having a chat. And
They're thinking about moving the
Fackrell talking
field,
as well.
maybe. They're all having a chat. Words of encouragement, no doubt. Slater comes in again. Right arm over. Right-handed batter. Just inside the wide guidance line, although Pindoria looks accusingly at Jane Pratt. She stunts is quite leg side.
Wybrow's too warm as well now. I think she's just indicated over to the Middlesex.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a jumper off.
Yeah.
In again. Floating delivery. Straight to Rhea Fackrell at cover, who throws the ball in sort of disgustedly at the wicket keeper. She's obviously decided that she's going to have a go. In fact, she's going to bowl. So she's keen. That was why she was chucking the ball back to the wicket keeper so hard. So that's 6 overs gone. Middlesex are 25 without loss. And as you say, it's getting warmer out there because the batters are taking jumpers off, are they? And having a drink. A bit early for a drink, but maybe there's a word of encouragement as well.
Good to see Fackrell on, I think. Use one of your really key performers. The helmet comes on for Atherton Gator. It's, let's get spin on, use the bowling options maybe. Don't let bowlers bowl too many overs at once. You can't really afford to with a shorter game anyway, but keep changing things over, keep the batters on their toes.
So Rhea Fackrell's going to bowl a bit of right arm off spin. Formerly of Warwickshire, Shropshire, Lancashire, Central Sparks and Birmingham Phoenix. Yeah. So she's got some experience in her young years. She's going to bowl on a hat. We can have a discussion about whether we should bowl on a hat.
Hat and, more appropriately, sunglasses as she comes in over the wicket. It's worked away into the onside for a single.
She's the senior player, although not in terms of many years, but senior player for Derbyshire here.
Yeah, 26 years of age, makes her the oldest Derbyshire player today. She's worked her way out to mid-off, who just struggles to field the ball. It will be wet still, even with the sun drying the grass out.
See, I wasn't going to give a lady's age out. But yeah, quite rightly pointing it out.
Fackrell again. Gives this one a bit of flight, goes for the sweep, and it's nearly rolled back onto the stumps. Ended up hitting the boots of Wybrow, I think, in the end, that only just saved her, as Noeling Davis is now warming up at mid-on. So 2 off the first 3 deliveries from Fackrell in this rain-shortened match. Again, gives it some flight. Out to mid-off for no run.
I'm assuming Fackrell and Wybrow will have come across each other in regional days. Abby Wybrow is ex-Western Storm. Fackrell ex-Central Sparks.
Flatter this time and nudged into the onside square leg. Coming in to do the fielding. Tidy start from Fackrell. I want that first wicket on the board, taking a bit of pressure off.
Freddie wants a wicket, everyone.
Can Fackrell find it? Outside off stump, it's edged. And going down to the 3rd boundary. Is it going to cross the rope? It will, and there is the first boundary of the Middlesex chase. It took until the final ball of the 7th over, and Wybrow has it. A bit fortuitous. They move on to 32 without loss.
Well, we had a rain delay, that's why we've got all sorts of strange numbers that we're talking about. The 12th is on, taking off jumpers, so we can only presume it is getting a bit warmer out there as well. Slater to continue. How do you feel about people bowling in hats? Are you?
Spin is okay for me.
Yeah.
Spin is okay. Hayley Matthews rocks the look, doesn't she? And
yeah, sometimes put the hat on back to front.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it personally.
No,
but
that's
if
right.
it works, it works.
Good line again from Slater. She does fields off her own bowling. Dot ball, which will be gold dust for Derbyshire at this stage. Middlesex chasing that magic 119.
Can you imagine a seamer charging in, trying to knock people's heads off with a backwards cut?
Well, won't be the first time. Just goes straight through to the wicket keeper. Wybrow frustrated by that delivery. what's Slater got up her sleeve. Nice little trot at the beginning of her run up. Good line, flicked into the leg side but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Another dot ball. Middlesex 32 without loss in this Metro Bank One Day Cup, the first game of the season for this Tier 2, League 2, whatever you want to call it, level. Worked into the leg side. There is a fielder backward of square who's going to run round and stop that. They get through 4. Is that 2 or 3?
1, I think.
One, just the one. Oh, it was just the one. Oh, really?
I've undermined you there.
You have, yeah. I was hoping for a bigger score. I was just looking at Wide facing. Score moves on to 34 without loss for Middlesex.
Can't believe this weather now. I said earlier I was doubtful we were going to get a game.
Yeah, I know. We thought we were being overly optimistic, but we're back on. That's going to be a wide. Another extra. Frustrating. Fortunately, he's top batter so far. 14 runs given away by Derbyshire, and it's a short total.
The wind is blowing that way. The way Slater's trying to move it away from the batter, and maybe I don't know if the wind is helping. Well, not helping.
One way or t'other. That's belted at mid-off, but so well that there's no run in it.
Yeah, they've only hit 1 boundary, and that's all they've needed, Middlesex.
Emily Hughes mid-off there. Henry's excited about something. Must be another wicket in the men's
must
game.
be at Old Trafford.
Played into the leg side. It stopped at mid-wicket quite nicely and cuts any kind of run off. So another dot ball. So better fielding from Derbyshire there, and some better line from Slater. So that's 8 overs gone, 18 overs left. That was the number I was looking at. 8 gone, 18 to go. Middlesex 35 without loss, and they need 119 to win this game. Rain shortened total.
Yeah, still all to play for, but Middlesex have those 10 wickets in the hutch. They have a batter down there warming up. A couple of steps from side to side. One of the coaches. Fackrell will continue from the city end in the sunshine at the Central Co-op County Ground. First game of the season for these two sides. Gives us some flight outside off stump. The inside half of the bat back to the bowler.
Beautifully described there.
Thank you.
I couldn't do that.
I've not lost it from last year, which is good.
Good.
Long winter off.
You've been busy in freezing cold football grounds and things, haven't you?
Yeah, including yesterday. I had the snood and the hat on at one point at Burton, the big coat. It's just the sitting still for hours is what gets you. Flatter delivery.
Well, you don't realise you're getting cold. That's the problem. Even at Edgbaston yesterday, which shouldn't really complain, but we had the window open for the so we can hear the atmosphere. But it's the atmosphere was very cold yesterday in the score box. I was sat hunched up in my gilet, even though it was inside.
Tries to get back to down the ground, doesn't time it. Back to Rhea Fackrell. Her overs could be really important here. Some of the experience. I wonder if someone might replace Slater at the other end.
Yes, sort of feels like they probably need to.
This gets away past mid-wicket. Will it get to the boundary? It will. There was a diving stop out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's the second for Middlesex.
Takes a big nibble, doesn't it, now? They're now 40, so they're heading towards that first milestone of 10 to 50. They need 78 more runs, if I'm reading the scoreboard right.
Fackrell then driven away out to the fielder. I think Lancashire are now 4 down at Old Trafford. So Harry Singh caught and bowled Zach Chappell. Henry's having a party next door.
Yeah.
One of the Derbyshire social media gurus, we can call him. So
Yeah, great word, guru.
I'd imagine that's 4 down with his celebrations.
He's leaping about.
Yes, he is.
He's going to come and stick his head in. I feel it coming. But how great is it for Derbyshire supporters? They can be watching the live stream here. They could
Double screening.
I don't know, double screening. They want to be listening to us, of course, but they might be double screening the men's game up at Old Trafford against Lancashire.
Oh, I love it when a prediction comes true. On comes Nolan
Yeah,
Davis replacing Slater.
Yeah, you did it right. Nolan Davis, indeed. So a bit more seam. Nottingham born, Lightning and Blaze Academy. Last year's Bowler of the Year. Took 3 for 2 in the Vitality Blast win at Worcester last June. So she needs to channel a bit of that.
Yeah, she had a good season, Nolan Davis, the young seamer. Bowler of the Year for the Falcons. Yeah, Michael Jones Court, Bashir Bold Chapel, Lancashire 23 for 4. The scores are level there as well. Lancashire into their second innings.
Nolan Davis in, right arm seam. Going away from the batter. Pindoria looks again at the umpire. It's a guidance line, remember.
You've had enough.
You are
Don't
setting
get
up.
greedy.
You are setting up quite a long way to the leg side, I think. Well, she is now. Let's have a look at her stance. And if you back away, you take the line with you. Or rather, the line stays there if you back away. If you go to it, it goes out with you.
Manchester City losing in the Premier League to Chelsea.
Oh, it's all happening here, isn't it?
Great day of sport today.
Oh, loopy delivery. That's sent to mid-on. And you get a single.
Yeah, got away with one there, Nolan Davis, you'd say.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what Abby Wybrow makes of Nolan Davis's bowling here. Fielding change. Rhea Fackrell comes into short mid-wicket and walks in threateningly. Well, it's sent backwards of square into a little pocket. Not necessarily meaningfully, but they get a single.
Bit of away movement there for Nolan Davis at the hand, I think.
Yeah. Middlesex 42 without loss. Needing 76 to beat Derbyshire in these remaining 16 and a half overs as Nolan Davis comes in again from the media centre end. That's played straight to mid-off, who loses the ball briefly underneath her, but they don't get a run. So another dot ball. This is better. They need to put these dots together. Derbyshire need to really defend this. It's a small total. In comes Nolan Davis, 6 on a back. Ooh, goes through the batter. Yeah, this is looking better already.
Yeah, new wicket keeper this season, Megan Pittman, who had a good year with the gloves, moving on, and the young Matilda Atherton Gator, who's signed from Staffordshire.
Yep.
That Chelsea goal was disallowed, by the way, so goalless in the Premier League.
See, you got all the football fans excited there. It's up in the air, but it's square leg. It's 4 runs to Pindoria. It's just at the sun is just at that level where you kind of see it in the air to the batter and then it disappears. So good 4 square of the wicket there from Pindoria, and Middlesex finish 10 overs, 46 without loss in another 72.
Derbyshire, of course, were batting 450 overs. They reached 39.3 before the rain. After 10, they were 28 for 2. So Middlesex well ahead of this game.
Yeah.
16 overs remaining, 73 more needed
Although
to win.
the run rate and the required rate are exactly the same.
Darlow on now, so another change. Off spin replaces off spin. The captain brings herself on. They need a breakthrough here, Derbyshire, soon. Partnership is 46. Here is Darlow over the wicket. A lot of flights, a full toss in the end, and that's going to be hit away to 4, down to a wide, long on boundary. Not the start the captain would have wanted with the ball.
No. And that's Middlesex's 50 up. There are some spectators, but I suspect they're going to be Derbyshire fans. Although there might be some travelling fans with Middlesex. They are huddled into the back of stands. But
Derbyshire a long way behind on DLS as well. If the rain was to come, the DLS pass score after this ball 34. Middlesex have 50.
And that'll be a game, presumably, won't it?
Yeah.
Well, they've already got.
I think if they go off now, the cut-off time is 1 hour and 1 minute exactly. Darlow again, swept nicely by Wybrow out to the deep square fielder, who's 10 yards in off the boundary rope.
Don Kenvin out there.
That is the 51. Pindoria back on strike. This is flicked away for 1. Fielded by Beth Slater.
Fortunately backed up at the bowler's end.
Adriana Darlow, then the Derbyshire captain, is under attack again, down to the long on boundary. 4 more. Wybrow with another boundary.
Pindoria hit the deck at that point, thought she was in danger. There's quite a, shall we say, a height difference between Wybrow and Pindoria.
So 2 4s in the over, 10 off it with 1 ball to go. Middlesex climbed, their run rate has climbed above 5 for the first time. Darlow to complete her first over, flicked away to the fielder at deep square. Kenvin coming in. They'll take a quick single. Pindoria was looking for a second. It was never on. So it's an expensive over, 11 off it, 57 without loss. Middlesex.
Do you know, I think I smell a run out.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Well, I do know because the two batters don't look like they're quite on the same wavelength when one of them sort of attempts a run. There's a little bit of a... I think Derbyshire need to be really keen here, particularly those fielders who are inside the 25-yard. I think there might be a sniff of a bit of indecision, which might give them a run out, which they desperately need some wickets to slow this pace of the Middlesex batting attack.
Yeah, I am surprised there wasn't a run out in the first innings. That's for sure. Some of the Derbyshire running.
Nolan Davison again, right arm over. Wybrow manages to get a bat on that, send it straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Wybrow marks her guard again. Nolan Davis. Looping delivery. It's up in the air, but it's going to go through the fielders, and that's 4 runs for Wybrow, who's decided she's going to get on with it. She wants to get home early, obviously.
Yeah, and rightly so. They know they've got batting to come. Sproul, Hawley, Trussler, Hughes, all in next. They might as well take the game to Derbyshire here, put them under some pressure, and as you say, get this one done. We're seeing plenty more aggression, and Middlesex very well poised to pick up their first win of the season. They need 58 more to win.
Oh, it's up in the air again, up and over the field. It's going towards Cow Corner. Will it get cut off? I think it might be. Yes, it's cut off. So just a 2 then. I think Wybrow thought that was signed and sealed, and that was going for 4, but it was cut off.
Nice
so
to see a few more of these shots, though, isn't it, Claire?
Yeah, yes. Somebody actually, batting in, not in anger, because that's the wrong word, but batting with more intent than we perhaps have seen. Cut off there by Slater, who's coming deeper at long on. Nolan Davison again. Wybrow does the same thing. That was a repeat, except this time she sent it properly to Cow Corner, and that's 4 runs. She's obviously decided that this is it now.
4 boundaries in 2 overs.
I'm coming in.
Lancashire 23 for 5 at Old Trafford. Matty Hurst bowled by Zach Chappell, who was free for
Derbyshire boys doing good.
Flying there. So still the scores are level. Lancashire lead by 0 runs, and Derbyshire will bat again. I hope my lecturer is not watching this, because if that's continuing tomorrow, I will have an eye in class.
Oh, okay.
Luckily, she
is
a cricket fan.
I wonder what you're going to say then.
Maybe she'll put it on the big screen for us. Get the whole class cheering on Derbyshire.
We had a geography teacher who's mad keen at Wimbledon. She used to have what was in the days we just like one earpiece in and listening to Wimbledon while she was lecturing to us, teaching us geography. Nolan Davis, and that's played to point, but there is no run. Middlesex 67 without loss. They need 51 runs to claim their first victory. And they were, of course, champions last year in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Ollie Davis comes in again. Loopy delivery. It's gone up in the air. There's a fielder there. It goes past her, unfortunately. And that's 4 runs to Wybrow, who is getting on with this now. She's on 40 off the 44 balls she's faced. Pindoria on 17. Middlesex moved to 71 without loss.
Yeah, and Ollie Davis just not found that consistency, and Wybrow has gone after her. 5 boundaries in the last 2 overs, as Claire said. Things are moving quickly here at the Central Co-op County Ground, and it's just nice to see a bit of aggression, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
White ball game.
I'm well and truly in the sun. You're still in the shade. I'm well and truly in the sun. I'm just thinking my phone's going to go, ooh, it's too hot here.
Yeah, when we commentate here in July and August, it can get hot in here, and devices warm up.
Yes. I'm just wondering where to put this, actually. I want to refer to it, that's the problem. Right. So, what can Derbyshire do? They need to stem these runs. They need to take wickets. You've got a change of bowling you're in then.
Yes, we do. Prisha Bedi on her debut.
As are
more off
others.
spin. So the 3rd consecutive off spinner from the City end. What can Bedi do?
That must be the off spin end.
Yes. Can she break this partnership? Prisha Bedi starts with a nice flat delivery, works her way to point for a dot ball.
Precious dot ball.
.71 for no loss. Very nice slow action as this is driven again. It's fielded down low by Ella Porter.
Good stop. Like a bit of, that was my position, point fielding. Like
it's where all the good catches happen.
Yeah,
in the rain.
It is. Particularly a point. Oh, I loved it. That's the only itch that I get for playing. Sometimes I walk around an outfield and I just think, I'd like to be fielding again.
You miss the fielding. That's
yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because actually I started wanting to bat, but
yeah. In the bat, that's rare. Phoebe Graham was on the BBC Radio Lancashire commentary. We were watching some of the men's game early, and she obviously recently retired. And they were saying, "Well, Lancs won yesterday. Did you miss that?" She said, "Well, I was missing singing the song afterwards. That was about it." But she did admit to missing that feeling of having a sing song, as this has somehow beaten everything. It was the attempted sweep. It runs away for 4, and it's going to be 4 byes. So that has only just missed off stump by the looks of it. Unlucky there from Bedi.
Phoebe G. So she didn't miss. She missed the team song, but she didn't miss the playing.
Not much else.
Yeah, it was interesting because I was a hockey player, so I started enjoying the batting. Although, as I mentioned earlier, all the right shots, but not necessarily in the right order. And the fielding was what got in between the batting, which didn't last long. So I had to teach myself to love the fielding, as that's
Wide full toss back to the bowler, gets away with that.
So yeah, you kind of teach yourself. It's also the thing that anyone can get better at if you work on your fitness and your flexibility and moving, etc.
Can Derbyshire get a wicket on the board here? Bedi again, flat outside off stump, cut away to the cover fielder, Captain Adriana Darlow.
Another over gone.
76 for no loss.
13 overs down. So required run weight is 3.3, but the actual run rate is 5.8 because Wybrow has certainly decided she doesn't want to be late home, and Pindoria is searching to catch up. So Pindoria on 18 of the 30 balls she's faced. Wybrow on 40 off the 48 she's faced.
30 off the last 18 balls. They have put their foot down.
Yeah. Worrying signs for Derbyshire, so desperately need some wickets.
Baker back on.
Baker back on. Baker from the Blaze. Liv Baker coming on from the racecourse end. Just moving a mark slightly. Bowled 3 overs already. Gone for 6. 42 on her back. Pindoria to face. Went backwards of square. Fielder comes off the rope. They think about 2, but really there's not 2 there. I think that was more for show. Just the 1 then. 77 without loss, Middlesex. Trailing by 41. Need 41 runs in these. Nearly 13 overs.
Yeah, the rain shorts in game. Derbyshire cut off halfway inside the 40th over. They finished on 124 for 6, and that was at one point the target until we had a bit more rain. Lost 2 more overs, so now 119 needed.
That's in again, straight to mid-on. They're going to take a run. There's a shy. A direct hit might have made that a bit more interesting, shall we say. What did I say, I smelt?
I can't believe they run out. They never look like a run.
Smelt it.
Yeah,
Smelt it.
I can see why. That was never a run. And
it was
credit
mad.
to them.
They did.
Ran through quickly, but
a direct hit, I think, would have been certainly
those
more spicy, although we're at the wrong angle to judge that from here.
Yeah, it's in the smaller circle. It's hit to mid-on, and they've come through.
Baker. Pindoria take. Oh, they're going to. What's got another
shot?
shy?
Run everything.
Perhaps that's what they've decided. But
they've booked a train back at 5:30 into London St Pancras.
They have. There's something in an impetus here. I did tell you there was smelling a run out. Middlesex 79 for no loss apparently, with 2 chances of a run out here. That's a chance of a catch then. Goes through the fielder at cover, and they get 2. Ella Porter thought she was in business there.
Yeah, we've seen a few half chances today that would have been very good catches. And
we're at the wrong angle to judge how close she was to that one, but it looked like a catch chance, certainly in the air, as Baker to continue from the racecourse end. Wybrow on strike, down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. I'm sorry to report that that's 20 extras. That's more than Pindoria's got off the bat. That's the worrying sign.
Yeah, and still haven't broken through in terms of the wickets as well.
No.
The runnable 82 now as this partnership, just 37 more to win. The run rate is 6 and over.
Need a wicket, Derbyshire. It's in the air, but it's going to drop in front of the fielder at rear Fackrell at Cow Corner. Comes in and fields that neatly.
It's a nice shot. It was right on her toes, on the leg side almost. And
she did well to drop it in the gap, didn't she, as well? Middlesex 83 for no loss. Only need 35 more runs to get to that magic 119. Baker in again. She almost gets a bat when it goes down those. It's a wide again.
Going to get tired arms.
Yeah.
As is the bowler, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jane Pratt is seeing a lot of wides from this end. 21 extras.
Do you wonder if the wind plays a part, because all the wides are coming from this end?
They are. That's played to cover. They don't think about a run there, because I thought, here we go. They don't think about a run there. That's the end of another over. 14 overs gone. Just the 12 overs remaining. However, the also just is that Middlesex just need 34 runs. Middlesex on 84 without loss. Pindoria 19. Wybrow on 44. I suppose game within a game. Can they prevent Abby Wybrow from getting a 50?
I think she might go for the big shot to try and get there.
I think you're right.
Betty continues.
There's a bit of that in the air, isn't there? Potentially. Particularly if it's a spin bowler that she thinks she can get underneath.
7 bowlers Derbyshire have used already. Middlesex used 5 in the 39.5 overs.
Yes,
so
what a great
they're flying through their options. Yeah,
they're trying them all out. Well, they might as well, given that they've got 8 debutantes. They have got a fielder at Cow Corner, and I'm just trying to work out if they're bringing out. Is this really Fackrell?
Yeah, Beatty's coming round the wicket as well to Wybrow. She's going to be eyeing up the leg side, deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, Cow Corner, and deep extra cover. Betty, and it's just played gently away. They might look for 2. Pushing hard is Wybrow. Gets to the other end and will turn and come back. Throw into Betty is wide of the stumps, backed up by Darlow, so moves along to 46.
Now Derbyshire could do with some of that energy that Middlesex started their fielding energy with, because they need to be on it here if they're going to get some wickets.
Birdie then. Again, it's into that similar area, out almost in the gap between Cow Corner and Long On. And again, there's a bit of hesitancy. The throw into Betty. They come back comfortably. Pindoria just about made her ground. So 48. She's going to try and get to this 50 in twos.
She might be tempted. And actually, the Cow Corner's come off the rope. I'm not sure if that's going to be good. I'll tell you. If she catches it, it'll be a brilliant idea to come off the rope.
Yeah, mid-wicket is in. This has been driven down the ground. There's no run attempted there, although they would have got one because it wasn't fielded cleanly by Hughes at mid-off. Well, it's had flashes of fun, hasn't it? It's been slow going at times, but there's been some enjoyable moments.
Can Wybrow get a 50?
To Wybrow. Wybrow drives, and now this time they will take on the arm, and the throw just misses the stumps at the non-striker. I can't work out the running because the ball before the run was on. Again here, if she hits, there's been 4 or 5 times, if the fielder's hit, it's out. And they've taken on the risk. I think they just know at this point, we've got so much batting to come, we back it. And like we said earlier, in terms of Middlesex maybe having that psychological advantage, trying to put that pressure onto Derbyshire. As Pindoria can't get this one away.
Wybrow on 49. Pindoria on strike at the moment.
We'll have a look at the scores elsewhere shortly. Some runs on the board. Betty tosses this one up. Pindoria's clobbered this into the onside. It runs away past that deep mid-wicket fielder for 4. It was the ball that Pindoria would have wanted, and she's put it away.
It was pelted. It was unstoppable, really, although she was relatively close to it.
So Leicestershire chasing 89 more. This is a rain-shortened game. They are 18 for 2. Gloucestershire 185 for 8 from 38. Glamorgan trying to chase that down. This looks like a good game. Glamorgan 146 for 4. Require 40 more off the final 8 overs with 6 wickets remaining. And down at Wantage Road, Kent have hit some choppy waters. They need 99 off 54. They are 6 down, chasing 308 to win. So some good games, still plenty to play for.
We want to keep everybody here watching this, though, don't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Derbyshire need. So, how are Derbyshire going to get a wicket? That's what Adriana Darlow is trying to figure out. And can they keep Wybrow from this 50? She's on strike now. Baker to continue the bowling. Wybrow just doubles that down back to the bowler. There is no run. She wants that target, doesn't she? She's looking for a loose ball, I think. And whoever's out at Cow Corner might be in business here. She gets hold of this.
Here they are, far in front of the required run rate now, Middlesex.
Yep. Baker in again. Straight to the cover fielder. Another dot ball.
Where's the running gone? Get to 49.
It's that nervous, like, I want to get the 50 now. Let me get me 50. Middlesex 93 without loss. Oh, it's gone through. It's going for 4, and that is Abby Wybrow's, I think it's a debut 50 for Middlesex. Since she seems to be new to the list, she's getting a hug from Pindoria, waving a bat at the bench. Now I think we might see some interesting fireworks. So Wybrow goes to 53 off 58 balls in, let me see, 56 minutes and 7 fours. So that's the makeup of Abby Wybrow's 50 as Baker comes in again. Again, that goes straight to short cover, and there is no run.
You said there we think it's a debut 50. I spoke about some of the frustration in terms of the prep we do and the research. We don't know if it's a debut. We'd love to be celebrating it as a debut 50 and proclaiming it as that, but the information simply isn't there. So well played anyway.
Yeah.
Abby Wybrow.
First 50 of the season for Middlesex, that's for sure. That's pressed into the leg side and picked up, just get a single. Middlesex edged towards that 100 mark, 98 without loss. They only need 20 more. Is that right?
21 to
21 to win. Trail by 20. That's what I'm 21 to win then. 98 without loss. What's Baker got up her sleeve? Good ball, but it's sent into the leg side. The square leg fielder comes off the boundary and they get through for an easy single. Edging closer. 99 without loss at the end of the 16th over. Only 10 more overs left, but they only need 20 more to win. 119 is the magic figure for Middlesex. I can't even imagine what the bonus point situation is. I don't even want to get there. That's too complicated.
Is it a third of the run rate?
It's
something like that?
Point something. It's beyond me. It's much easier when they bat all 50 because they have to get it by 40 overs, but that's no help to me today because it's a rain-shortened day. Somebody else will work it out.
I mean, they might well be in with a chance. They are just 20 more to win. They have 10 overs left.
Yeah, no wickets down, otherwise, blah, blah, blah.
Run rate is flying. Here is Thackrell back on from the city end. No run for Pindoria.
I mean, Middlesex had a sort of patient, quiet start, but then Abby Wybrow sort of almost seemed to flick a switch.
Yeah, it was that couple of overs of Noeline Davis and Darlow as well as the two fielders down on that square leg boundary run round. And they'll get back for two. That is the 100 up and therefore the 100 partnership, 101 of 98 for Middlesex.
21 extras of those though. Annoying for Derbyshire fans.
Pindoria just places this out to point. He comes in. Porter just takes a couple of steps before unleashing the throw, and maybe a bit of rustiness in the Derbyshire fielding as well.
Yep.
Of course, it's definitely not as bad as their maiden home game last year, where Yorkshire came to town and broke all sorts of records. This has been a more even contest.
Yep.
Certainly with the bat, we saw the intent to bat time and value their wicket.
Yeah, and only scuppered really by the rain. We won't ever know what they might have got in the 50 overs. It wasn't going to be massive, but it was certainly going to be something to build on.
Yeah, the season certainly not going to be judged on results against the likes of Middlesex, you would feel, being more against the teams in and around them, really, as this is cut away in front of square out to the fielder on the cover boundary. It's another tough fixture to start the season, the Vitality Blast Tier 2 winners.
Yes. Who's you were bottom of the table. Who would you like to play? Oh, top of the table, first game. Well, I suppose it's out of the way.
Yes. Trip to Kent next.
Yeah.
Oh, that got through to the wicket-keeper. Hands on the head of Thackrell, 103 for no loss. Middlesex are at home at Radlett in Hertfordshire. They host Gloucestershire. Both of those games a week today.
Brilliant. So, Middlesex need 16. They're heading for that magic 119 target that they need in this rain-shortened game here at the Central Co-op Centre County Ground at Derby.
Clouds are coming over. Unfortunately, DLS is a non-event for Derbyshire. As
that's not going to help them, is it?
Slater gets ready to come on. Another bowling change.
Yeah.
Just 16 more to win, 9 overs remaining.
I mean, I suppose, you're clutching at things, aren't you? But Derbyshire have managed to try out a lot of their bowlers.
Yes.
As you quite rightly observed, 7 bowlers used. Slater already having bowled 2 overs, and she comes again to Wybrow. Takes a big swipe. Oh, God. I don't know how that missed all the things that would have got her out with that big swipe that she took. She obviously eyes lighting up moment. We've got a
I
head
think that
check.
might have hit her in the helmet.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to see it
They're asking
back,
for
but
they're asking
that's
for
luckily
they
Atherton
want
Gate is okay.
She's making the X sign, which is actually that they need medical attention.
Yeah.
But I think she
that's
means a head check, does she?
clattered into her
Yeah,
helmet
into
Atherton
head
Gate,
check.
so they have to go do the concussion protocol.
Concussion protocols implied. Engaged. Let's hope it didn't give too much of a clunk, because I was more watching the Wybrow bat swinging round.
It's a quick delivery, and the big shot across the line that was missed.
Yeah. So while we're on that, so Pindoria's on 27 off the 40 balls she's faced. Wybrow is on 56 off the 63 she's faced. They have a partnership of 104, which is kind of flattered by 21 extras bowled by Derbyshire, and Middlesex are 104 without loss. They need 15 to win this game, and we have a concussion check protocol in play because the wicketkeeper Atherton Gator has taken a blow on the head. Did you see enough of that? I mean, we haven't seen a replay, and I kind of don't want to know. But was it Wybrow's bat? Because I was watching the bat.
I think
not where
it was
the ball.
ball. I think it was the ball.
Let's hope for her sake it was the ball, not the bat.
I can go and have a look back on my laptop.
Yeah. So what do we think Derbyshire can take from this? Because it's sort of slipping away from them without some miraculous batting collapse.
Yeah, it's early season. Like I say, it's against Middlesex, and
this is the standard that they have to measure themselves.
And like I say, maybe the case today was value your wicket. Maybe the result won't go our way. Get some debutants in. We've got a few key players missing. Just having a look. Yeah, it looked like it was straight into the helmet of the wicketkeeper Atherton Gator, who's all good to continue.
Which is good news.
Yeah.
So Slater comes in again, right arm over to Wybrow, takes another big swipe, but it goes straight to mid-off, and they take a single. Fortunately, there's a bit of fumbling going on from Nolan Davis. They get an easy single in the end. Looked slightly more risky to start off with.
Yeah, I think Kenvin looked promising with bat and ball. That was a positive sign. Fackrell came in, scored some runs, just started to put her foot down before she was caught. Hughes made some runs at the top of the order. It is a different opening partnership today. We talk about the players who are injured. I think Maria Andrews has been a big miss. I think three off spinners all from the same end. Maybe a little too easy to line up. Yeah. Maybe you want to try a few more things as captain in that way.
Yeah.
Especially the seamers all bowling to right-handers with the wind, taking the ball away from the right-handers and seeing the wides that were bowled. Maybe Derbyshire clung onto the. Maybe they've not quite got the ends the right way around today at times.
Maybe. And that's worked backward of Point, who's going to chase that, but it's going to go for. Oh, she managed to. Oh, she took it over with her. 4 runs to Pindoria, and Middlesex move to. Is it Nelson? Is it going to click over? It's 1-1-1 on the scoreboard. They only need another 8 runs to win this game, so it's slipping away from Derbyshire as the clouds almost signal that the darkness is coming to us. Slater runs away from us again, bangs it in to the fielder this time at Point, so there is no run.
Wybrow was halfway down.
Yeah, Wybrow's keen to get this finished. She's got a hot date, I think, later or something. Or a hot meal, something.
Hot meal will be top of my list.
Yeah, yeah, good hot meal. Slater comes in again to Pindoria. Plays that into the leg side. There is a fielder there. I thought they might make a mad. Wybrow decided no, that wasn't a run. And a dot ball. Yeah, there'll be a certain. Like they have missed some players for under 19 duties and injury. And there is a certain amount of getting the blend right as well.
Yeah, because there are players who were here last year who've been left out today. And maybe there is such a thing as getting too many debutants in, but of course you want to give them games earlier in the season, but it has really changed the makeup of the team.
They got 2 there, sent out to the deep point boundary. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of a thought in the back of their heads. That's 18 overs gone. Middlesex 113 without loss. They only need 6 more to win. Maybe there's a bit of a thought of, well, we're playing Middlesex, so expectations at that level to play the team that won last year. Maybe that's a good time to blood a lot of new debutants.
That is the feeling, and the uneducated feeling I have with no knowledge from the Derbyshire camp of maybe take the result out the equation today, try some new things, get new players in, bat as long as you can, take your time in the middle. You know, if Derbyshire want to win this game, I think a message comes out, and I don't want to single out Ella Porter, but 18 of 72.
Yeah.
As this is flicked away, they might come back for 2 here. Deep square, they're coming in. Prisha Betty off the boundary. They are going to turn and come back for 2. But if you're trying to get a few more runs on the ball and up the intensity, the message would have come out to Ella Porter and, tell her to get a move on, tell other players, we're going to put the foot down a bit earlier. Yep. I think it was all about, it was almost not a training session today, but just Derbyshire were never really in the game enough. And maybe the rain did hamper that as there's a misfield and they'll come through for another single.
Yes, the game is dribbling away now.
So 3 to win. Will Pindoria try and do it in style? Fackrell has brought her long arm up.
I think if it was Wybrow on strike, she might have a little go at this. I don't know about
long
Pindoria.
Arm comes into the ring. Here is Fackrell. Pindoria does just drive gently out to mid-off. He comes round, drops the ball, and now Wybrow, surely we're going to have a big shot down the ground or over mid-wicket.
Is this party ball, do you think?
2 to win.
Fackrell brings a field in. Yeah. She's like, well, we're going to, might as well bring him in, try and get a wicket. A bit of senior player.
So everyone
seniority. They're all in on the ring.
And will this be the end of it? It is. It's clobbered away over mid-wicket, as I expected by Wybrow. She moves on to 63 from 67 deliveries. Middlesex romp home. They chase down the target of 119 inside 19 overs, 7.2 remaining in this rain-shortened one-day cup game. Middlesex win by 10 wickets. Claire Jenkins, a tough day for Derbyshire, and this opening pair, we talked about the batting Middlesex to come down the order. They were just able to sit and enjoy this partnership of 121 from 112.
Yeah, I mean, not losing a wicket is also very pleasing for the bus journey back, or however they're getting back to Middlesex this evening. And Wybrow will be well pleased with herself with the first, certainly 50 of Middlesex's new season. 63 off 67 balls, and Pindoria 34 off 45 balls. So no wickets lost, and I guess that's a challenge to Derbyshire. They've used 7 bowlers, but they do need to be, it's all very well using them, but you need to get a wicket in that wickets column, which is sadly a lot of noughts as the hover cover fires up again.
Well, the good news today, Claire, we had a full game, and
we got a
at
game.
one point around 4 o'clock we did not expect that, if not a little earlier as well. So credit to the ground staff who had to come on and off at one point. Credit to the umpires for making sure we got out there nice and quickly. We did have a full game, and Middlesex clearly the better side today. Derbyshire move on to Kent away, that long trip down south. Next week, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other here at the Central Co-op County Ground.
Thoroughly enjoyed this.
Yes, it's been lovely to be back on cricket commentary. You've had a busy weekend with cricket, and
I'm off on Wednesday. I don't know where you are. I'm at Edgbaston on Wednesday for Warwickshire versus Hampshire. For those, well, I don't want to use the word sad, but for those folks who like to listen to my commentary, I'm at Edgbaston on Wednesday with Barbara Daniels and Mike Perkins. That should be a good game. It was a tie last year.
Wow.
In 50 overs. Kevin James and I had the pleasure of calling that. It was very exciting. So, yeah, tune in for that if you want me. Meanwhile, where are you next? You footy,
nothing this week. No. I'll be cracking obviously uni work this week, and then I'll be back here behind the camera for the county championship, Derbyshire against Gloucestershire, and then I'm either doing day 2 of that for Radio Derby, or I'll be at Burton against Exeter in League One. So, yeah, a few days no sport this week, which is fine. I'll be tuning into you, I'm sure, on Wednesday, flicking between the live streams. And, yeah, that's all from us. Myself, Freddie Cardy, and Claire Jenkins. An enjoyable day, but it's Middlesex's day. They start the season with a win, and they've beaten Derbyshire by 10 wickets. Whatever you're doing, enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening.